blue button.
Lower right-hand corner,
We are going
to the
online
left of the
now.
minus sign, right there.
Now,
Yep.
it's
Hello, we are going online now. I think we are online this moment. Yes. Okay, so we are also recording. Lot of things are recording. I think they are all in artificial intelligences. Okay, so we are online. I think, Robert, you are the chair and you can go ahead.
great. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. We're so excited to have you be joining us today for this amazing presentation from an amazing group of people. We have incredible thinkers, explorers, scholars, analog astronauts. We have an amazing community here to bring you our presentation today. We're going to be talking about space for all, sustainability and peace on Earth and beyond. And I'm honored to be introducing to you our amazing co-chairs for our 5 panels, and then they will be introducing their amazing panelists. But first, we're going to talk about a little bit of what we're going to be looking at investigating today. I want to first start off by thanking and acknowledging the amazing work of the 2 great leaders, Carlton Johnson and Alfred Anson Duo, who have been instrumental in this amazing initiative. And here you see them advocating for space at the United Nations. And Carlton was the chair last year of a panel similar to this, and we are all on the shoulders of these giants. And we appreciate their incredible work. And Carlton is continuing that work now as head of the National Space Society. We have 5 panels today. We were going to dive into a number of important topics regarding the 18th SDG, which we're going to hear about in a moment. We're going to talk about in panel 1, use of space resources. We're going to talk about in panel 2, orbital debris. Panel 3 is going to be discussing space law and private entities in space. Panel 4, we're going to dive into sustainable benefits for all peoples. And then 5, we're going to be talking about space for sustainability. So I'm pleased and honored to introduce to you today our opening address given by none other than our fearless leader. Adriano came up with this amazing concept that says, you know, we have all of these SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, but where is space? We need to look and investigate space, its sustainability, and how it powers and empowers all of the other SDGs. So he himself, in following in the immense, incredible space tradition of Italians, where it all began, we are extremely proud and honored to introduce to you our fearless leader, the CEO and co-founder of the Space Renaissance International, Adriano Artuno. Please welcome him.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Robert. Yes, I will now try to share my desktop, my presentation, sharing, yes, and going full screen. Yes. Can you see it, I think?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead. Thank you, Robert, for your presentation, your kind introduction of myself. I start with this picture that's very encouraging. We are now 80 co-promoters in our coalition, 80. So we have, let me say, some of the biggest organizations, the ProSpace organization, like the National Space Society, the Mars Society, Lifeboat Foundation, Human Space Program, the Kepler Space Universities, and many others, many others. And we have several universities, about 11 or 12 educational entities, and a lot of other organizations, big and small, and also some commercial companies. So this a reality now. This coalition is important, and we are bringing it ahead. We are bringing to COPOUOS, we are bringing everywhere, because we want space to get a bigger place in the world, something that is missing now. So, okay. If we look at the 17 so-called Sustainable Development Goals, we see that there is an empty slot in the last right bottom corner. What is that? This is a closed window, in fact, and behind that window we have UNUSA and COPOUOS. Yeah, I'm saying it with loud voice because nobody talk about that. If you go in the street and ask to the people, normal people, I mean, what is UNUSA, what is COPOUOS, they say, don't know. They don't know. So this is a very important part of the United Nations. There are more than 100 countries, member states in the COPOUOS committee. It means, okay, I think everybody here knows it. However, it is the Committee for the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. So what do we want to do? We want to open that window. We want to put an 18 SDG in that window and to give to space the proper place in the society, because space development is the only sustainable development nowadays on this planet. So this should be the real Sustainable Development Goals picture, okay? I already said about our coalition, and the history of this coalition begins in 2017 when the late David Dunlop, our beloved friend, a space activist, initiated to talk about that concept. And in my organization, the Special Renaissance International, we started to talk about the 1986 UN resolution on human right to development, and it's very, very important resolution, and so on. Along the years, in 2018, David Dunlop and Alfred Ansardou and Michel Hanlon presented the 18 SDG at COPOUOS for the first time. In 2021, in our third SRI World Congress, in the final resolution, one of the 12 points is to add an 18 SDG, to bootstrap the civilian space development, adding an 18 SDG to the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So we retaken from our side, with our elaboration, with our position, this goal. Then, okay, along on the years, in 2023, Carlton Johnson and Alfred Ansardou presented the 18 SDG again at the COPOUOS 66 session in Vienna 1 year ago. And we went ahead with in September, the 15th of September 2023, we made an important in-presence meeting in New York City in the headquarters of the UN, presenting to the world the 18 SDG and so on. And this year we will make other things. So, okay, this was my quick presentation. Other things I will say in during my 3-minute slots in each panel. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so very, very much. We really, really appreciate the history, what brought us to this point. You were so instrumental in making all of that happen, and we are so grateful for that. Now I'm happy, as you said, to introduce our first amazing panel with our 2 amazing co-hosts and co-chairs, both dear, dear friends of mine. The first, proving that small countries can produce big leaders, especially in space. I'm pleased to introduce an award-winning scholar. She's an engineer, she's a pioneer, a capsule glass shatterer herself, the first Macedonian and the first Balkan analog astronaut, of course, serving as commander. I'm pleased to introduce to you a Forbes 30 Under 30 nominee, a fellow Space Apps global guru that has the distinction of being connected and associated and partnered with not one, but two NASA centers here in the United States. Please welcome my dear, dear friend and the founder and president of the International Space Alliance, Martina Demosca. I'm also going to introduce another good friend of mine. He's a fellow engineer, electrical engineer as I am. He practically invented space entrepreneurship. He brings his brilliance all over the world to startups, entrepreneurs, and aspiring innovators through his diligence in channel development, strategic negotiation, technology advancement. He builds, and boosts countless startups all over the planet. Please welcome the head of the Global Entrepreneurs Network Space Initiative, Stephen Reekes. Take it away.
Great. Well, thank you. And thank you for the organizers. Thank you, Adriano. Thank you, Robert, for the amazing segue introduction. So as Robert mentioned, my name is Stefan Recchi, and I'll be joined by Martina in a second once I get the slides up and running here.
While he's getting the slides up, welcome to the virtual roundtable held by the Space 18 SDGs Coalition. And on the theme of collaborating with you and COPOUOS, we're making sure that space is truly for all. So the series of panels have been organized by, first and foremost, the trailblazing Rob, Adriano, and also Space Renaissance International, or SRE, and the National Space Society, NSS. So the Space 18 SDG Coalition celebrates nearly 100 organizations from all corners of our planet Earth. So welcome, everyone. We are so glad that we are your chairs for this panel, and I'm sure we're gonna have a really incredible, fruitful conversation. And thanks for the organizers for the opportunity for us to moderate this first panel. I am really honored, and I know that Stefan is also sharing the same feelings, and we cannot wait. But let's tackle the first panel of space resources. Stefan, do you want to fill in?
Sure. So today we're going to cover space resources in terms of how they're used to primarily develop outer space. We're going to talk about in-place and removed space resources, basically the property rights associated with that, contended lunar regions, talking about lunar and asteroid materials for Earth market. ARTEMIS, we'll touch upon that, and ILRS. And best practices is really important to share. And lastly, we'll sum it up with the role of the UN COPOUOS and the 18th SDG as a clearinghouse for everyone to get involved. We're joined by an esteemed group of panelists, and we'll call them up one-on-one. So the kind of the ground rules for this, in order to keep the presentation moving, is we're going to give everyone 3 minutes to present the slides, whether we present it for you or you have your own slide deck. And then we'll ask a question selectively curated by Martina and I. So with that, I'd like to invite Adriano to share the screen and join us.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. Okay, so my screen. Oh, la, 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 la.
While you're loading your screen, if you for Adriano, he's the co-founder and former president of Space Renaissance International, SRE, an NGO dedicated to opening the space frontier through initiatives like low-cost access to space, space tourism, and space economy development. With a background in industrial electronics, he worked as software engineer, as project manager, and entrepreneur in real-time automation systems, eventually moving into the aerospace industry. Adriano has authored and co-authored numerous books, papers, and articles on the expansion of civilization into outer space. You have the floor, Adriano, and your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Feel free to cut me when my 3 minutes are gone. However, yes, I will just give you my position on each one of the questions made by our moderator. So using space resources, in my opinion, it is mainly to primarily develop in outer space. So space resources belong to the space settlers, don't belong to earthly society. We don't need to bring space resources on Earth to increase the industrial development on Earth. We have to start developing outside, because on Earth is not sustainable anymore. So We also we tried not to run the risk of a new space-based colonialism. That means in the historic colonialism, it was to go there to grab the resources and bring home. So now these resources will not be stole to anyone. Yes, they will be stole to the future space settlers if we bring everything on Earth. And then we have to discuss about the property of in place and removed space resources and small asteroids that are a little bit different from what it is called a celestial body. So the Outer Space Treaty, but this is a law aspect. We will discuss it later. However, we have to consider the work in space and the profit of the work that is normal and reasonable. The Earth market and also some products from the moon and asteroid materials like helium-3 are interesting for the Earth market, for the fusion, the nuclear fusion, for instance, and so on. And now there is an very important initiative of SI, because we are asking to ARTEMIS Accords and ILRS agreements to allow NGOs to be admitted to join the coalitions. And last but not least, the role of UN COPOUOS and the 18 SDG as a clearinghouse for private and public stakeholders involvement with 100% inclusivity. So we hope that 18 SDG at COPOUOS will be a clearinghouse to allow the full inclusivity, because everybody, all countries deserve to join the space venture. So this is our position. This is what we will do. And I hope we will have the support of all our community, okay, and the space community at all. We work in partnership with the NSS and with other non-governmental organizations. Okay. Did I remain inside the 3 minutes?
I believe so. I do have a question for you. So, given your extensive work in promoting the space economy through initiatives such as geolunar space industrialization and the use of near-Earth asteroids, how do you envision these developments influencing the global approach to space research utilization in the next decade?
Well, yes, I think that some meaningful steps on this road of what we call civilian space development should be realized before 2030, because this will be an important sign given to the society at large that we are fighting against the crisis. We are fighting against the looming future that they are presenting us with, these horrible wars and all the crises that are grasping the civilization. Well, our civilization is reacting to that. We are aiming high. We want to go outside. We want to start developing the solar system. So this is an important signal from the psychological point of view. That's very important, because young people will get hope again, will have hope again in the future and restart working for that.
Next, thank you so much for your answer. And next, we would like to invite Bernard Fong if he's here. Bernard?
I'm afraid Bernard is not with us.
I'm afraid so. We would like then to move on and to invite Guy Pigunolet. I'm hoping I'm not butchering the names. Help me with pronunciation if you know how to do that better. Before Guy gets ready, Guy is a French engineer and a researcher. He's notable for his roles as a national coordinator for the Sputnik 40-year school satellite project and founder and chairman of the Solar Sailing Association. He has served in various capacities, including lieutenant in the French Navy, field manager of Schlumberg Overseas, and future studies engineer at GNES. With a degree from École Polytechnique, hopefully I got that right, and a doctoral work at Cornell. He has also been a high school teacher and a chairman of the educational committee at the International Federation of Astronautics. The floor is yours, Guy.
Guy, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. As an oilfield professional, I was an engineer dealing with hard things. And I found in 78 that I was using the same as space technology. Especially, I had to put things as heavy as I could so that it would go down the earth, whereas for space, we try to make it light to get off the earth. But this gave me the taste for practical things. Then I worked with educational with the CNES, and as you said, with the IAC. I think it is very important to act, to do things like Nobel Prize Starpack is work with your hands, not only do thinking. Because if you do thinking, you start more thinking, and by the time you come to reality, you may be far from what is needed. If you start with doing things, it's the Elon Musk thing. So you do things. So the idea is to make an experimental planet for the year 2030. The year 2030, I'll come back on that. 1,000 people at the L5 point. I was a member of the L5 Society that became NSS. Why volunteering? It's by the name of Vladimir Siemyetnikov, who in 75 did, during the Cold War, the Apollo-Soyuz handshake between Russians, Soviet, and Americans. So that worked beautifully. So that's why the name. So who can do that? Next slide, please. This is something that he invented for Apollo-Soyuz. He had to be androgynous, symmetrical, not male-female docking, but symmetrical. And that's the spirit. Now, next slide, please. Who can do this thing? Kennedy, when he said to go to the moon in 10 years, he did it. He didn't have artificial intelligence or numerical. So the people who are making weapons for war are the people who can change their mind and make the tools and build the first experimental planet. And in the back you have, to the right of the picture, some people say, oh, with these tools we can make war to the people on the other side of the planet. We don't want that anymore. We should have the Americans, the Russians, the Chinese, the Europeans, the Indians, everybody working together, and the Ukrainians too, they are good at that, and the Israelis also, and the first Palestinian president was an engineer, and go all together to make volunteering. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Guy. We do have a question for you. So with your diverse background spanning roles in the French Navy, CNES, and education, and your involvement with the Solar Sailing Association, how do you think solar sailing can contribute as a technology to the efficient and sustainable utilization of space resources?
As a banner to make visible what we're doing. As a flag.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
you so much.
Great. Thank you, Guy. Next, we'd like to invite Werner Grandl. Werner graduated from the Technical University of Vienna in 1984 with degrees in architecture and civil engineering. He's published several papers on space stations, space colonies, and the utilization of lunar and asteroid resources. Werner's work contributes to the advancements of space infrastructure and resource utilization. Werner, please join, and I'll run your slides for you.
Thank you very much for having me. I would like to show you my concept for a space factory and the Lagrange point L5. In the Lagrange points L4 and L5, an object remains in a stable position because it is in a triangle with Earth and Moon. In L5, we can build a big structure in a distance of 380,000 kilometers from Earth as well as from the Moon. Solar power is available for 24 hours. So we can process raw material from the Moon and from near-Earth asteroids. And we can also recycle orbital debris and clean up Earth orbit. We can produce tubes, trusses and sheets of aluminum and steel. We can make bricks by sintering lunar regolith and so on. We can produce also products for Earth as well as for human habitats in space. We can also produce oxygen as a byproduct of lunar regolith and provide rocket fuel made in space, rocket propellant. Second slide, please. So the construction starts with a rotating habitat for the crew of about 40 astronauts and engineers. You see it on the left side of the picture. The habitat modules provide simulated gravity for the crew up to 90% of the Earth's gravity. In a second step, we built a central structural framework with a communication tube. And in a third step, manufacturing plants, which are here in green color, are added to the framework. Each one is about 45 meters long and about 36 meters in diameter. The framework and the manufacturing plants are non-rotating, of course, so they are with zero G environment. Of course, the manufacturing units, we should see in green there, can have other shapes and be specialized for some other industrial processes. The entire structure that you see can be extended along its main axis, maybe up to 1 kilometer or more. So the third slide, please. You see a section of the Lagrange Space Factory. In a red color, you can see a cargo spaceship which is docking to a manufacturing unit. It is on the left side up. In orange color, you see the central structural framework in the middle of the sketch. So I think such a space factory would be a big step for the industrialization of the cislunar space. And in the long run, we could outsource much of our heavy industry into outer space and minimize the pollution of our biosphere and of our planet. So, in short words, I think this is what, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Werner. Now it's my time and chance and opportunity to ask a question. Honored to do that. So, Werner, based on your research and publications on space stations and space colonies and lunar and asteroid resource utilization, what are the key architectural and engineering challenges in creating this infrastructure, and how can they become overcome?
I think the key questions are how to make the connection between rotating and non-rotating parts of the station. I have developed a solution for this, and I think the second question is how to bring such modules.
Yes, how to bring it, how to make it come to fruition.
And I think we should use reusable launchers, for example, SpaceX launchers. I think this would be I think it would be the optimal version.
Great. Right. Well, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to present.
Thank you.
I'll pass it to you, Martina.
Thank you, Werner, once again. That was a lovely presentation. So we would like to invite Wes Fairs if he is here to present. If not, we would like to move on to Humberto Montano to say a few words. All right. If not, we would like to move on to Shelley Brunswick. I think I saw her, Shelley, in the chat. Until she gets ready, let me just say a few words about Shelley. She's a distinguished leader in space exploration and innovation, currently serving as the CEO and founder of SB Global. Her dynamic career includes significant roles in the U.S. Air Force and the Chief Operating Officer of Space Foundation, showcasing her exceptional leadership and strategic engagement with the global space community. A prolific author, a sought-after keynote speaker, Shelley advocates for space technology and innovation, diversity, and inclusion, actively shaping the future of space ecosystem through her work with various sports and organizations. A personal acquaintance of mine, I am so happy to welcome Shelley. You may take your floor.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to join you today, all the distinguished guests, colleagues, and space enthusiasts. As we gather to delve into the crucial intersection of sustainable space development and our shared vision for a sustainable future on Earth and beyond, we stand at a unique juncture in human history where the boundless possibilities of space offers not just new frontiers for exploration, but also innovative solutions to age-old challenges on Earth. The development of the cislunar economy, as we've come to understand it, merely about the expansion about our physical reach. It's about crafting a sustainable framework that supports both economic vitality and environmental stewardship across nations and cultures. Embracing NASA's forward-thinking philosophy, don't take it. We advocate for a space economy that relies on creating and utilizing resources in space and supports space activities rather than depleting the Earth's already strained resources. This approach not only mitigates the environmental impact on our planet, but also sets a precedent for responsible and ethical behavior in the cosmos. Our efforts extend beyond non-invasive resource utilization. They encompass the broader implications of how space technologies can enhance sustainable practices on Earth, from advancing solar energy technologies to improve global communications and monitoring environmental changes more accurately. Space has the potential to contribute to each of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In this realm, the role of international relations and diplomacy cannot be overstated. The United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, the 18th Sustainable Development Goal, and UNUSA's The Space 2030 Agenda, Space as a Driver, highlight the importance of space and this platform to foster collaboration. Throughout these frameworks, we work toward ensuring that space remains a domain for peaceful exploration, accessible, and beneficial to all humankind. To uphold these ideals, we must focus on developing and synthesizing best practices that ensure the sustainability of space activities. These include enhancing transparent and cooperation in space traffic management, promoting the sharing of space-generated data to improve life on Earth, and establishing guidelines for the mitigation of space debris, which represents a growing threat to space operations and sustainability. As we continue to pioneer new technologies and forge international partnerships, let us remain steadfast in our commitment to a space economy that respects and preserves the cosmic environment. By aligning our efforts with the principles of sustainability, we not only protect the orbital and lunar realms, but also bring invaluable benefits back to Earth, paving the way for a future where space truly serves all of humanity. Thank you. I'm honored to join you.
That was a fascinating insight. Shelley, thank you so much for your presentation. We do have a question for you. So with your extensive leadership experiences and advocacy for space technology, innovation, diversity, inclusion, how can these values be integrated into the development and management of space research utilization projects to ensure they have a sustainable and beneficial broad spectrum of humanity? What are your best practices when it comes to this?
Well, I think that's a fantastic question, and thank you, Martina. I'm grateful for it. I think as we look at the international partnerships and collaboration that are available with ANUSA, with other organizations, we have opportunities to come together with like-minded individuals that are diplomats, policymakers, peacemakers, and come together. How do we create not only where we are today, the foundation of space, but also how do we build onto that the next activities, the next treaties, agreements, ways we'll partner in space, as well as ensuring that space technology benefits all of humanity? How do we make sure the billions of people that are on the planet that do not have access to internet, to Earth observation, to technology to warn them when there are cyclones or weather patterns coming, like in Indonesia with 17,000 islands. We need to work together as the global space community to ensure that space is benefiting all humanity, not just those that are able to develop the capabilities, launch them, and do the data tracking. We need to find new ways of doing that through fractional ownership and sharing the technology and other means. So thank you, Martina. I look forward to continuing this dialogue with you and others as we look forward to creating solutions to ensure space is sustainable, as well as how we bring that technology to Earth so it can benefit all of humanity.
Thank you, Shelley. We are honored to have you here, as well as all of the rest of the panelists. And now we move on. I'll let the floor to my co-chair.
Martina, yes? Sorry, Bernard Foying just entered. So if you want maybe to allocate his speech.
We can do that right after Carlo.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you guys
for that. Yeah.
Yes. Next, we'd like to invite Carlo Viberti. Carlo is the first private cosmonaut engineer nominee back in the year 2000, microgravity flight veteran, former head of engineering at the ESA Astronauts Activities Office at ESA STEC, and former chairman of European Technology Experiments on the Space Station Mir for the ISS Phase 1, now president of the group Spaceland. Carlo, please join us. Carlo, you're on mute.
Sorry for that. Thanks again for inviting me. And in these 3 minutes, I want just to quickly update the committee and all our colleagues in this important forum about what Spaceland is doing in Mauritius in particular. We are a group that is based where we got started in Italy, and we have a spin-off in Switzerland, but now our headquarters is in Mauritius, which is a very interesting nation of the African continent, also in the middle of the Indian Ocean. And there, with the head of state, we already presented the project at the United Nations in the past. And in this context, we want to demonstrate how space can really benefit everybody on the ground, on the Earth. By doing that, we have developed, I think there is a slide about that. If not, I will talk about that in the panel number 4 later on. We developed a habitat shaped like a Mars habitat, which is going to contain all kinds of ground and underwater facilities to engage the people at every level of society into microgravity, Mars gravity, moon gravity, STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medicine. and because we really want to engage all the population also of these so-called developing countries like African countries, Asian countries. And the best way to do that, to engage people in a good utilization of space, is indeed to showcase something that the people can really touch and experience themselves, also preparing payloads and then flying on board our flights. We are acquiring a Boeing 757 for a new series of Mars gravity and Moon gravity flights, open to 50 persons per flight. And the ground center in Mauritius would be, of course, sized to have all these people and all the payloads get ready for these flights. So it's going to be really a center of excellence that we want to open up to everybody, no matter what kind of background people have. Everybody's welcome there. So I look forward to seeing you in Mauritius very soon. Thank you.
So we have a quick question for you, Carlo. So how do you see the integration and use of space resources in human spaceflight in your effort at Spaceland?
Well, we are talking about, for instance, the possible fallback applications of using Mars regolith-like materials. For instance, Mauritius, we have found out the local earth is volcanic earth. It's a reddish soil, which is chemically very similar to Mars regolith. And this is twofold objective: to develop a quickly erectable habitat for Mars astronauts in the future, but also to find out a very quick way to build shelters and habitation for no budget people, basically. And all these people still living in bidonvilles and metallic plastic slums worldwide. For instance, this Mars habitat kind of design could help also solve the problem of the housing construction industry, to help people on the Earth. So it's really, it's a way of, let's say, for us, Mars in this case, it's a spin-off for humanitarian opportunities on the ground, addressing millions and millions of people.
Well, thank you for getting the public awareness and public access, making space available for all in what you're doing at Spaceland. So now I'll pass it over to Martina.
Yes, now we would like to invite Bernard Foing, and thank you so much, Carlo. That was a lovely showcase of your work. Before we set up for Bernard, let's say a few words. Professor Foing is a president of Space Renaissance International and an executive director of the ILRS International Lunar Exploitation Working Group, as well as the manager of the Euro-Moon-Mars program. He has held significant roles at ESA, including chief scientist at ESTEC, and has been a visiting scientist, staff scientist, and project scientist for a mission like SMART 1. Professor Foing has published over 650 articles, including 225 referred papers on topics such as lunar and planetary exploration, solar-stellar physics, and astrobiology. Professor Bernard Foing, you may have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Do you hear me? I am now reaching you from a very interesting place. Do you get me? Yes.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. I am almost on the Moon and Mars. We are organizing a field school in the beautiful volcano island called Vulcano. That's one of the Aeolian islands offshore of Sicily, like Stromboli. And so we arrived this morning with a crew of some 30 participants, young professionals, but also senior researchers, to explore this world. And we have a dedicated school about geology, volcanology, and astrobiology. And so, as you see, but I could not miss this very important space for all on Earth and beyond event. So here I'm more with a community of researchers, scientists, engineers, people working on missions to the solar system. But clearly, some of the targets of our solar system are, for instance, the Moon and Mars, and we need to prepare ourselves. So for this, we have put together some various initiatives. Of course, we have Space Renaissance Initiative, that gives a holistic view of what we want to conduct in order to expand humanity towards the solar system. But we want also to prepare this. And we prepare this with researchers, for instance. And researchers include some scientists, engineers that are developing experiments, and they try to fly them to the moon, Mars, and beyond. But we are also involved in a special program where we are developing a platform for training young professionals into space. And so this platform, we have started like 15 years ago, and we trained them initially to analyze data from our space missions. The second step is to use instruments and be part of a space mission exploring these various bodies in the solar system. The third step, we have also some instruments that we take with us in places on Earth that look like extreme world. And in particular, now we are in Vulcano. We are going to bring our spectrometer, some rovers. We are going to bring as well various instruments to analyze sample. And this way we can characterize, for instance, what is the environment, and later we'll do that for the moon and Mars. What are the resources we could extract as well? And another element we have developed was also to train and how to live and work on the moon, Mars, and beyond. So we have organized a number of analog field campaigns. So we have a base in Hawaii. We are connecting with Hank Rogers. The base is called ICES, International Moon-Based Alliance. Some of our speakers have got some experience there. We have some bases as well in Poland, where we can lock some analog astronauts for 1 week in a mixture of scientists and engineers. We have also developed a portable moon base that can go from city to city, and we hope that we'll be able to host you in some of these facilities to learn and to live and work in an extreme environment, to do research, but also to expand human civilization there. So now I would like to see that we have also integrated other dimension of what it will take to expand humanities in space. Other dimension will include the societal aspect, the humanities and arts. We are going to go with a mix of different cultures there, but we want also to involve business, entrepreneur, innovation, because not only we need technology and innovation, but we need also partners from Earth to Earth companies, new space endeavors to go there and bring back our civilization beyond the Earth. So welcome to everybody for this forum on Space for All. And thanks for all the organizers. We have a very dense program with many speakers. And I want also on behalf of Space Renaissance International, which I have the honor to preside, to give my best regard from a volcanic world here, where we are following what you are discussing virtually all over the globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And we do have a question for you. So as the Executive Director of the International Lunar Exploration Working Group and the manager of the UN Moon Mars program, how do you see lunar resource utilization advancing? And what role do you foresee for the international collaboration in this arena when it comes to that lunar resource utilization advancements?
Yes, so there are plenty of resources we have to harvest. So clearly we are doing some mineral studies on some samples where we can learn what is there, and also how we could extract some of the resources like ice or some mineral on the moon. We have also to develop the most precious resources that we have in exploration. And we believe this resource is innovation and creative mind. We have to train the public and the young people to see that by developing innovative ideas, by developing also sustainable solutions when we are going to the moon, we are going also to help to develop sustainable solutions for the Earth. Also very important, a platform that we have started again at Space Renaissance is Space for All, but also we have a new platform called Space for Peace. the important resource is how we can build peace by organizing collaboration and by extending that to the public. So these various aspects are even more than the resources that we could exploit beyond the Earth, or that we could eventually bring back to Earth. And an important resource is knowledge. It's a knowledge-based society where we use experiment to establish fact, to discover, how the moon was formed, how the Earth was evolved, and we share that with everybody on Earth to develop this curiosity, this sense of checking fact that we can apply in our daily life. And I think this is very important resources for investing into the future of humanities on Earth and beyond.
Thank you so much for your answer, and thank you for being here. We really appreciate all our distinguished panelists. Now we would like to move on.
Yeah, thank you. All the best.
Take your floor.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Martina. Thank you. It's my pleasure to next introduce Kamil Muzyka. Kamil is a PhD candidate in space manufacturing law at the Institute for Law Studies at the Polish Academy of Science, with research and interests in space resources, manufacturing, AI law, and industrial astrobiology. He's published in journals like Paladin, Astropolitics, and Ad Astra, as well as popular science articles in Phoenix and Nowa Fantastica. Kamil's a member of the Polish Astrobiological Society, the Polish Transhumanist Society, and the Science Advocates Association, and serves on the board of the Polish Science Fiction Foundation. Powitanie, Kamil. I'm really excited to have you join us.
Me też miło, thank you. Do you have my slides? Oh, okay. So first of all, I'll be talking very quickly about the the loops and the holes in international space law with regards to space resource utilization. And next slide, please. Could I ask next slide? Okay. So first of all, there is a problem with, for example, we have the notion of space resource activity utilization, which is being carried out through the medium of a space object, mostly robots, but they can be robots and humans in spacesuits working in tandem. Basically, the issue of utilizing space resources for manufacturing and ISRU actually falls out of the picture in most discussions about space resource law. Basically, we can say that they forget that on the moon, on asteroids, and especially on Mars and any other deep space celestial body, you would have to take a more autonomous or more like bushcraft approach, meaning that space resources are not only wealth, but they're Lego blocks for anything you want to manufacture and construct on the moon or repair any structure or equipment you actually brought in. This brings us to the issue that, first of all, space manufactured objects, meaning objects that work as space objects, which are launched from Earth. Space manufactured objects are being manufactured from space resources, and space products are not being addressed. What are space products? Well, we could actually use the Hack Workgroup's idea of a space-made product, but actually I'm using the idea from space patent law concepts, meaning that any product manufactured, created via space manufacturing, that is only being utilized within the space object and being sold on Earth or in other space objects, but they cannot be treated as a space object autonomously. Like, for example, you could make titanium hammers on the moon, but you wouldn't ascribe them the title of component of space object. But in a space manufactured object, yes, it would be either a habitat or a robot or a larger spacecraft. And also the idea of space construction, any kind of field or civil engineering on the moon, whether it be shielding or making pavements or any kind of, for example, blast shields for rocket launch pads. These would be space construction and also servicing, utilizing space resources, and at some point also mixing in the recycled space debris, which for what we can actually think about the moon, they do not burn upon re-entry. You actually have to recycle them. And then some of those space objects made on the moon and utilized on the moon won't even see Earth. they'll only be made utilizing local resources. And this mostly ignored to this point. And well, we cannot blame it because space law is mostly a geocentrical concept where everything is, well, considered in relation to Earth. We have outer space and we have celestial bodies, but for example, bodies with atmosphere don't have the delimitation of outer space. Mars is considered a celestial body and it falls under space law, not, for example, any kind of planetary law like we have on Earth. But going back, yes, there is a need to address space manufacturing in the context of international and national space law when we were talking about space resources. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Camille. I have a quick question for you. First of all, I'm excited. I'm being my heritage is half Polish, so really excited about the advancements that Poland's having in space exploration. So just real quick, in under a minute, can you summarize what are the current plans for Poland in terms of advancements and policies for this sustainable use of space resources?
Well, there are different approaches, and mostly Poland because of the war war of Russia against Ukraine, and that's because it's well outside our eastern border. We're more concerned on Earth observation, safety, security, and so on. But there are plans for manufacturing and space resource development because, well, we are part of the ARTEMIS Accords. And there are plans for example, a Polish cube lander, CubeSats around the moon, as well as experiments for manufacturing. You probably heard that there are several experiments involving space resources, like the volcanic microalgae being tested as for their ISRU properties, meaning the space biomining, which is being developed by Extremo Technologies from Poland. Those experiments are going to be flown on the ISS probably next year. And yes, we haven't discussed biomining because we don't want planetary protection people actually running around our field.
No, thank you. Thanks for sharing, and again, thanks for all that you do.
Yep.
I'll pass it over to you now, Martina.
Yes, so now we are just wanting to summarize the presentations in view of the COPOUOS 76 General Assembly in Vienna from the 18th to the 28th of June. And first and foremost, thank you for everyone that wants to contribute. Thank you for all of our lovely panelists and everybody who is here as a guest or as an observer and as a part of the organizing committee. I would love to ask for our panelists to quickly mention their favorite concept to be pushed to COPOUOS. So if we can go one at a time, one short sentence to let me know what's your favorite concept that needs to be pushed for you and COPOUOS so we can write it down and actually represent you better.
I can do a quick roll call if that helps. Adriano, what would you like to have presented?
Yeah, sure. So I think my main concepts are using space resources to primarily develop in outer space, avoid the risk and use space-based colonialism, address the issues about property of space resources. This is very important to allow a real economy to start and develop. And yeah, I think these three concepts, because the other two are methodological ones, to allow NGOs to be admitted to the coalition, ARTEMIS and ILRS, and to establish the 18 SDG as a clearinghouse inside COPOUOS. So these are my my five favorite points. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriano. Bernard, what would you like to have presented?
Bernard, you're still with us?
If not, Bernard, let me just, I want to be sensitive to time. Guy, what would you like to have presented? Okay, Guy, you're muted. Werner, what would you like to have presented?
I think we should not hesitate to cooperate also with Russia and China, besides all the struggle and wars we have now on Earth. That's it.
Thank you, Werner. Shelley, do you have a topic that you'd want presented?
Thank you so much. I'd really like us to think about how we're promoting the sharing of space-generated data to improve life on Earth, especially for the billions of people, primarily along the equator, that do not have access to space-based technology, which prevents them from being part of the digital expansion that's taking place. So I think we really need to focus on how do we bring them the space-based technology, who can pay for it, how do we solve that, how do we bring them into the digital connecting and economy and help them elevate their quality of life. So thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, Shelley. Carlo, I see that you put it in the chat, but just want to quickly mention it live.
Thanks a lot. Yes, I think we should start with the basic resources of laymen and lay women on the Earth. I've been traveling a lot in Africa, especially in the last few years, and these people, most of them, they really don't care at all about space flight and colonization of Mars and Moon. I think we should. What space can do for all these people who don't even have $1 per day to live. And I think in this case, home is something very important, a cellular habitation. I've seen millions of people living in slums in bidonvilles. And I think if we can use the Moon and Mars habitats design concept to ameliorate the way to quickly build shelters and housing for millions of Africans and South Asian and South American people living in plastic, metallic, unhealthy slums, I think this could be one of the major reasons for people to understand the value of space. Thank you.
Great. And last but not least, Camille, do you have a favorite topic to be presented?
Yes, sustainable extraction, manufacturing, and upcycling of resources and material.
Great.
Especially waterless extraction.
Great. And just to give, if Bernard's back on, no. And Guy, would you like to say something? No, he's off as well.
Yes, you asked me the wrong question. At the ILC in Milano in October, I'm going to present a paper. It will be a paper of questions about not Moon or Mars. I'm for asteroid manufactured experimental planet. And everyone who wants to co-author and ask the question is welcome. That's it.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, thank you all. And it was really, truly an honor to be a co-panelist here. Thank you from my side, from the Gen Space side. And I'll give Martina a second to say something, and we'll pass it on, keeping on the momentum of this wonderful morning or afternoon.
Yes, thank you so much, Stefan, for being an absolutely amazing co-chair. It was such an honor to be on the first panel, the use of space resources, as your chair, serving for incredible panelists and ideas. Thank you so much for the organization. This virtual roundtable is an amazing Space 18 SDG coalition, and we would love to further our collaboration with the UN COPOUOS and making space truly accessible for all. It was a pleasure, and I'm glad we're on time. So let's move forward with the other panels. Thank you.
Wow. I would hate to be a co-chair on the rest of this amazing summit today, because those two set such a high bar for in every way, in terms of engagement, Stefan in terms of fashion, of course, Martina herself was an analog astronaut, so it was very appropriate that one of our panelists was coming live from an analog astronaut site. We know that there's also one in Poland as well, so just such an amazing group of people. We're just so honored to have everybody here today. So I'm pleased very much so to introduce our next panel. Our next panel, we're going to be talking trash, specifically orbital debris. And we have two amazing co-chairs to be presenting our panelists for our orbital debris panel number 2. So the first is a friend who I met thanks to Adriana through this collaboration. He is a powerhouse core contributor to this initiative, and he's been very instrumental along with another co-chair who I'll be introducing later in this summit in making all of this happen. He's like me, he trained as a fellow rocket scientist. He trained at the Brahman Moscow State Technical University, of course, in Russia, specializing in deep space. He also worked at the Youth Space Center there. He was instrumental in multiple collaborative programs between Russia, the US, the UK, several organizations, major ones, including Boeing, major airlines, airports, leasing, really very active in the aviation community. Even at being an extreme, almost an analog astronaut himself, like Martina, at oil drilling rigs in the Arctic Circle. And then he moved to Ireland and said, you know, Ireland needs a space tourism agency. And he said to himself, I'm going to be the one to start it. And that he did. So please welcome our next co-chair, who spends his free time pushing perfectly okay people out of perfectly good airplanes, the founder of Idea Space Travel Limited. Please welcome Mikhail Bravskov. And his co-chair will be another brilliant engineer, this one from the University of Western Ontario, with the Masters in Engineering, degrees in mechanical and materials, also studied automation and systems engineering and electrical engineering, like many of us did as well, specializing also in his undergraduate from a medical perspective. So he has the holistic approach, which we all need so much, and especially in space and kinesiology and biomedicine. He is fascinated by the spacecraft design and the human factors involved in that. Please welcome the CEO of Kepler Space University, Harun Ogab. So take it away. The spacecraft design and the human factors.
Thank you so much, Robert. Appreciate that very much.
Welcome the CEO of Kepler Space University.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of us. All those joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this very important session on space debris. Before we get started and to set the stage.
Sorry, there is a noise in the background. Maybe someone could mute, if everybody is not talking, could mute their microphone, please. Sorry, there is a noise in the background. Maybe someone could mute, if everybody is not talking.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Someone echoes, I think. So someone is not muted.
Can you guys hear me okay? Or we're time traveling.
Someone echoes, I think. So someone is not muted.
Okay, I'll continue here. Before we get started, and to set the stage for this discussion, let's talk numbers. As of December 2023, the latest figures related to space debris provided by the European Space Agency's Space Debris Office include the total mass of all space objects in Earth orbit, more than 11,500 tons, with 36,500 space debris objects greater than 10 centimeters, 1 million space debris objects between 1 centimeters and
Harun, you're muted, sir.
testing. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, you're great now. Thank you.
Okay. So 1 million space debris objects between 1 centimeters and 10 centimeters, 130 million space debris objects between 1 millimeter and 1 centimeters in size. Orbital debris is an increasing threat to spacecraft and personnel regardless of orbit, and can be a potential barrier.
I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt you. I think you have a window open on the YouTube channel, so you are getting an echo from that. So you should just close the audio from that window.
How's that?
Sounds great.
Working fine.
Okay, great.
Very good.
I'm sorry for that. Go ahead, please.
No problem. Okay, so obviously orbital debris is an increasing threat to not only spacecraft and personnel, regardless of the orbit, and can be a potential barrier to future space flight. Space is becoming congested, contested, competitive due to the ever-increasing amount of space objects orbiting the Earth, improved manufacturing techniques, reduced launch costs, and new space actors participating from all over the world. With ambitious missions in the horizon, from mega constellations, private space stations, to long-term habitation of the Moon, Mars, and beyond, space debris not only poses a risk to current and future space missions, but also threatens the safety and sustainability of near-Earth environment. Today, we will explore some innovative solutions, collaborative strategies, and new research aimed at mitigating this issue. We look forward to the insightful discussions and ideas from our panelists that will emerge from this track. Together, we can work towards ensuring a safer and more sustainable future for all. I will now hand it over to our co-chair, Hal Baskoff, to introduce our first speaker.
Sorry, struggling with the controls. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah,
so
everything's great. We can see you and hear you great.
So we have 8 panelists who signed for this panel. We will give them the floor in this order as they were registered for the event. Some of them already mentioned that they would like to make a 3-minute presentation and have their slides. Some of them will be given 1 minute just to make a statement. For those who have, and also we will ask questions at the end once all 8 panelists have spoken. For those of you who have just joined, I want to introduce the first panelist again. Adriano Ottino is a CEO and co-founder and former president of the Space Renaissance International, SRI. SRI's and Adriano's mission is opening of the space frontier, low-cost access to space, space tourism, geolunar space industrialization, use of near-Earth asteroids, and full development of space economy. He authored and co-authored many publications on our civilization's expansion into outer space. Adriano, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're going to share again my slide. Okay. Yes, so well, I will take the most of this concept from a presentation that Alfred Anzaldúa has made at the recent ISDC conference in Los Angeles. By the way, several of these concepts, Alfred and myself, we have developed together because we wrote a paper in 2023 for the IAC in Baku, and we discussed it again for our the Space Renaissance position paper on the key issues before 2030, a paper that we presented in January. So let me say these are shared concepts between not only between myself and Alfred, but also we could say between SRI and NSS in some proportion. So the first thing is that we have to think about the remediation of the existing orbital debris, big wreckages and small pieces, the orbiting and moving to orbital starhouses. There is the main proposal is to develop a orbital debris salvage entities. That is an item of an issue of space governance, of course. It's very important because we have to learn. We have to import, let me say, some rules from the maritime law. That is the possibility to recover relics and wreckages in space as it is possible to do in the sea. This is a very huge legal problem because it includes the property of the wreckages and all things like that. However, the main concept is the concept of a space circular economy, what Alfred called the respect strategy. That is, he said the enemy of sustainability is a careless accumulation of waste in space and on Earth. And there is no practices, no best practices promotion so far in the Outer Space Treaty. And of course, the best practices will be reuse, recycle, and adaptation. So yeah, adaptation on Earth to the changes, to the climate, to a lot of things that are going on here, and the reuse and recycle of wastes on Earth and in space. So renewable space economy tactics, the acronym comes RESPECT, that resonate famous song by Aretha Franklin. However, respect for life in space can bring respect for life on Earth too. And the learned lessons in space can help Earth too. A lot of things we shall do in space, recycling everything, recycling water, recycling oxygen, recycling everything. Here on Earth are, let's say, an option, even if they should be not only an option. However, in space it will be mandatory. So in space we will learn a lot of things that can be applied on Earth too. So using orbital debris is important, because why we have to deorbit orbital debris creating pollution when we can salvage, repair, and service or refurbish it instead. So reuse it for space infrastructure building. Cleaning orbits is a commercial enterprise. And the debris in orbit is potentially worth over 1 trillion. So this is the way to convert trash to treasure. And let me say that making orbital debris a business will be the only way to really solve this problem, because until we only see it like an expenditure, it will never take off. Until we only see it as a moral duty, it will never take off. When we start to understand that that is a value, because it has a delta V, it has an orbital velocity, that's a value, a real value, then we can start really working about orbital debris. Another point, very important, is that UN should completely ban the anti-satellite weapons tests that produced a lot of new debris simply by exploding, blasting some wreckage and creating thousands of new debris, small debris that are the most dangerous ones. So, okay, these are my positions. Let me say also the SRI positions on the orbital debris remediation, recovery, and most important, reuse. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adriana. As I mentioned, we will first listen to all the statements, and then Haroon will lead the discussion and questions after everyone will have spoken. I'm not sure. I think Bernard is not here now. I don't see him among the participants. If you are here, speak up, Bernard. I don't think so. The next panelist is Werner Grandl. Werner didn't mention his plans for 3 minutes presentation, but I expect maybe he'll be ready to make a short statement. So for those of you who have just joined, I would like to introduce him. Werner Grandl, a director of science and technology projects at Space Renaissance International. He has graduated at the Technical University of Vienna in 1984 as an architect and civil engineer. He published several papers on studies for space stations and space colonies, utilization of lunar and asteroid resources. Werner, if you would like to make a statement, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me again. Yes, I just make a very short statement. I think orbital debris is, on the one hand, it is a danger for space flight, and it becomes more and more dangerous. It will become more and more dangerous within the next years. So we have to mitigate this danger. And on the other hand, it is a resource for a future space industry, which we should use for the industrialization of the cislunar space. For example, in a factory, either in Earth orbit or for example, on a Lagrangian point in the Earth-Moon system. So we have, of course, many things to do in the next years to mitigate the threat of the space debris. That's it.
Thank you, Werner. The next speaker the next panelist who has registered, Umberto, I don't see him in the list of participants. Umberto, if you exist, please speak up. I assume he's not here. The next panelist with the 3-minute presentation is Shelley Brunswick. Again, for those of you who have just joined, I briefly reintroduce Shelley. Shelley is CEO and founder of SB Global LLC, a remarkable professional journey with distinguished roles with the US Air Force and Space Foundation and many other companies and organizations. A professional speaker and prolific author, delivering 100 motivational speeches per year, member and leader of many international organizations. Shelley, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be joining you today. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, as we address the multifaceted challenges of orbital debris, we also underscore the broader implication these efforts have for our collective future, both in space and on Earth. Our actions in outer space are reflections of our commitments and capabilities on Earth, particularly in the realms of environmental stewardship and international cooperation. First, it's imperative to recognize the necessity to reduce new debris production. Innovation leaders like SpaceX and Blue Origin demonstrate the practicality of reusable launch vehicles, significantly diminishing the production of new debris. This technology advancement, as highlighted in NASA's National Orbital Debris R&D Plan, serves as a beacon for minimizing our footprint in space. Such minimizing initiatives require global collaboration and a commitment to shared standards that only robust international partnerships and adherence to evolving space law can facilitate. Moving to the challenge of existing debris, remediation efforts such as those undertaken by Astroscale and other entities represent critical steps towards sustaining the long-term viability of outer space activities. These efforts are not only technological feats, but also require a framework of international law and cooperation and cooperative governance to truly be effective. The cleanup and repurposing of debris from large defunct satellites to smaller fragments demands coordinated actions underpinned by comprehensive treaties and regulatory oversight that only the united international community can achieve. Moreover, transforming orbital debris into a resource for building new space infrastructure is an innovative approach that calls for international collaboration and legal frameworks, ensuring equitable access and sustainable practices. The commercial potential of space debris cleanup operations introduces new opportunities for economic ventures that can thrive within a regulated, cooperative international space arena. Furthermore, the pressing issue of anti-satellite weapon tests amplifies the need for diplomatic engagement in international legal standards. Advocating for a UN-led complete ban on such activities highlights how space law and global diplomacy can align to ensure the peaceful use of outer space. In conclusion, the challenges of orbital debris and the broader implications for Earth remind us that space is not a separate entity, but a continuation of our environment. International partnerships, strengthened by robust diplomacy and effective space law, are fundamental. They ensure that our ventures into space promote peace, sustainability, security, and they mirror the cooperative spirit we strive to achieve on Earth. As we move forward, let us commit to these principles, forging a path where active space activities reflect our highest aspirations for both our planet and the cosmos. Thank you for attending. And this was a good promo for the next panel as well on space law. Thank you so much. I'm Shelley Brunswick.
Thank you, Shelley. Yes, the next panelist is Martina Mosca. Again, for everyone who has just joined, I would like to briefly reintroduce her. She is the founder and president of the International Space Alliance, an organization bridging the gap between agencies, industry, and academia, bringing space opportunities to developing regions and accelerating equal access to space exploration. She's an awarded published research scholar, an engineer, and a pioneering figure in space exploration nationally, regionally, and internationally. So Martina, you'll have your own slides.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. So I have two talking points for you today. The first one is mitigating collisions through guidelines and technology. So I would love to first and foremost discuss and debate on this idea and hear your opinions. But with the rapid increase in satellite launches and necessities, we have to implement the strict guidelines and the development of active debris removal technologies. I think that these measures are essential to prevent collisions in increasingly crowded orbital environments, which can generate further debris and threaten operational satellites. In my opinion, sustainable space operations must prioritize these preventative strategies to maintain the safety and functionality of our critical orbits in order for them not to be overcrowded and in order to have a better planning when we're trying to launch in a massive capacity. The second talking point I want to address is the long-term usability and recycling of orbital space debris. So sustainable space operations should focus on the reduction and recycling of orbital debris to ensure the long-term sustainability and usability of our key orbits for future space missions. So by developing innovative methods to capture and repurpose existing debris, we can actually minimize the accumulation of space junk and create a more sustainable environment for our space activities. This proactive approach not only protects valuable orbital real estate, but also fosters a culture of environmental responsibility within the space industry. Hopefully, I'm under 3 minutes and keeping this short. That's my two talking points for the panel 02 on orbital debris. Hopefully, we'll consider these and we'll make a fruitful debate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Martina. Our next panelist is Robert Ravetto. I don't see Robert in the list of participants. Robert, if you're here, speak up. Okay, and the last eighth panelist today is Shruti Dhankar. She doesn't have a 3-minute presentation and she can make a 1-minute statement. I'll introduce her. With 15 years of work experience in human resources, Shruti Dhankar is the head of HR at Embers and has recently launched Avinia Talent, a space sector-focused recruitment and training platform. She is also a member of Space Canada, a national-level industry association of Canada Space Sector Innovators. She holds an MBA, a diploma in space sciences, and is currently pursuing a master's degree in space economics. Well, we have her robot here, an AI assistant. I don't know if she can join as herself. I don't think so. So Harun, you have the floor.
Wonderful. So it seems like we've got a little bit more time than anticipated for questions. So I'll kick us off here, and then we'll open it up to the audience to see if there's any particular questions from the group. We'll start with an easy one. You know, each of you have a very unique perspective. So we're curious to understand, you know, what does space sustainability mean to you? So, well, this is a question to all the panelists. I'd love to get an answer from each of you. So Adriana, if you can kick us off.
Okay. Yeah, you want me to go on first?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, the concept of sustainability or space sustainability is a multifaceted issue because we can see it from different point of view. First of all, we have to think what is space for sustainability, for sustainable development. In my opinion, this is the most important point of view, because we think that the only sustainable development is outside Earth now, is in space, and we have to mitigate our footprint on Earth environment. So we have to go outside to start using the solar power in space. We have to use the space resources to build, to develop outside, etc. And space debris is a very important component of this, let me say, space ecosystem. Because, yeah, we didn't make in space anything better than what we already made in Earth. If we think that we have plastic in the oceans and that we are eating plastic with the fish nowadays. So it was a quite irresponsible accumulation of waste. And the same thing we were doing in the last 60 years in Earth orbit, as if the orbit was not our property or not our responsibility. Somewhere a place is that's so big that we can put our trash over there without thinking about the consequences. This is what I call the one move chess player. You cannot think to win a chess game if you are not able to think about 3 or 4 moves to think about different scenarios and so. But humanity was not able, humanity, our leaders, let's say, were not able to think with such a forwarding, such a forecast. Now it's time to start do that, because we cannot go outside doing the same stupid things we have made on Earth, and we have to start making better and learning from our experience in space. It will be useful also to recover the situation on Earth, recycling and so on. So yes, your question was about sustainability. Space is essential for sustainability. We cannot have any sustainable development without civilian space development. And that will be key for everything. This is what we try to to say in our outreach, to demonstrate, to make people understand. And it is very important that we start working outside the space community, directly to the let's say the normal society, let's say it so, if I don't see anything normal in the society so far. However, okay. Thanks for your question.
We'll move to Werner.
Yes, I believe to be, yes, okay. So, a short statement. I think we have to create something like a circular economy in space, because we cannot waste in space water and we cannot waste oxygen in space. And maybe we can learn lessons for our Earth itself by creating, for example, human settlements in space with a circular economy. That's it.
Shelley?
Well, thank you so much. And again, an honor to be joining you and the distinguished panelists. I think, again, to highlight my 3 big points is, first we have to reduce orbital debris we're putting up, then we need to reuse and recycle what we have. And this unlocks economic potential, because whenever there's a problem, there is a company that is looking to be the solution maker that wants to solve that problem. And so, yes, orbital debris is a major issue, and it is something that needs to be solved if we want to continue to be able to have access to space in the long run. So it's critical that we focus on this, and we need all parties to come to the table to talk about it. International, government, industry, academia, to talk about the solutions. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the real solution maker will probably be industry, who will have entrepreneurs that are currently demonstrating that they're interested in solving this problem. And we need to find ways to do that through public-private partnerships and collaborative activities. And as we talked about, Adriano, you're giving me the thumbs up. This is going to tie into our next panel where we talk about space law, because touching that orbital debris has a lot of challenges with the framework of space law as we have it. So again, I think we really have to look at reducing what we're putting up. We really need to work with the nations that are doing launches to reduce the orbital debris going up. That is the fastest way to stop putting more pollution in outer space. The second one is how can we recycle, and then third, reuse. And again, I think we need to look at how do we unlock commercial innovation to solve this challenge. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Shirley. And last but not least, Martina.
Yes, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here again, and thank you for the contributions from all of the distinguished panelists. So the question was how do we actually see sustainability when it comes to orbital debris? For me, is how do we actually minimize the harmful impacts of that orbital debris, and how do we approach this in a sustainable way? So I think we have to focus about the essence of reusability and how to try to make everything be reusable and sustainable from the grounds up, because I feel like for so many companies and from so many industry branches, it's only bigger, better, and more. And I feel like we really have to be mindful of our resources, how scarce they are, and what they're doing to both planet Earth, our societies, our communities, but also the future of space exploration. Because orbital debris is harmful and dangerous on the long run. It's going to be harmful for future missions. It's going to be harmful for our astronauts. It's going to be harmful for observing the sky and trying to see what's coming towards us, and everything that's connected to that. So yeah, if we are mindful from the get-go, from the initiation of that mission, and have the sustainability incorporated, then we're on a good track, and we're going to achieve that through, first and foremost, the core education. I feel like so many of us are not educated on sustainability, first and foremost, and orbital debris, especially some of the more giant grand industries that are just caring about KPIs and production. So that's my 2 cents on that.
I do have a couple of follow-ups for each of you, but we'll go to our first audience question from Camille. Camille, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I wanted only to add something, because Shelley touched on the idea, Werner, Adriano, and Martina, you all touched on the idea that there is a problem with the reusability of space law and with space debris, and even how do we actually approach the space debris remediation. Because, well, first of all, you have environmental law projects that go with the polluter pays aspect, and you have all the classical space law approaches with the space debris salvage. Both of them are actually politically problematic, because, well, every space object is a quasi-jurisdiction of a nation, which is registered in. So if a nation decides, well, we're gonna lose it's a artificial quasi-jurisdiction or the quasi-territory, that's okay with them. But if you actually utilize technology on their on the surface of the space object or within the space object, for example, if you want to cannibalize elements from the wreck, the real sustainability, well, there is a problem with, for example, patent law and trade secret law, which should be discussed on some, specialist panel on the idea whether this operation, for example, space debris remediation operation takes place. For space lawyers and for engineers, well, it takes place in space. What are you expecting? But for patent lawyers, the question is, okay, but which country, which jurisdiction if it is carried out on the jurisdiction of on the quasi-territory of a nation which actually protects a patent for a certain activity, well, a apparatus and method, let's call it, but it's basically the activity and tools. Well, the problem is who's going to pay, or whether the patent holder can actually have a cease and desist operation in order, thus barring us from, well, servicing or deorbiting a space object effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille. And that was going to be one of my next questions. Do you see any legal and regulatory barriers to the group as far as hindering the development of, let's say, the space debris recycling? And if anyone wants to take that question, just to add on to what Camille had said, are there any specific areas do you see that are a challenge to enable space recycling, for example? Maybe since Camille mentioned Shelley in that conversation, I'll turn to.
Do you want to make a new round? A new round of on this question, Harun?
I would say let's start with Shelley, and Adriana, if you want to comment on that, please do.
I thought Adriano was trying to save me, but not so much. Thank you, Adriano, for jumping in there. I will respond. I will respond, and I'm sure Adriano has some great insight, and so we'll play off each other, as well as Martina. She has some amazing insight too. What I'd like to highlight is absolutely there's lots of challenges to trying to do this orbital debris removal, because as you said, there are legal implications. Who owns that bolt or glove that's floating in space? What country, what nation? And so to really look at orbital debris removal, recycling, reusing, we have to really come together as a global space community. Now, one of the challenges with that, and that might be more in the next panel when we talk about space law and diplomacy, is that we have a lot of polarization on the planet right now, polarization both within countries and with other countries. And so this can create some challenges to come together to think about, can we create new treaties or pathways forward to remove these global challenges? Because yes, probably the United States, China, Russia, somewhat ESA are the biggest polluters and orbital debris, because especially the United States, Russia have been doing it the longest. But how do we identify who owns that piece of orbital debris? How can we recycle it? Who can recycle it? How do we authorize those rights? And so we need a lot of those great space lawyers and diplomats and policymakers to come together, because it's good for the whole planet and all nations to find ways to solve this, at least this one challenge. We may not be able to come together collaboratively on a lot of other space policy. Obviously, we talked about ASAT testing, not seeing a lot of synchronicity across the planet on that. But I do think in this time of even a polarized geopolitical landscape on this issue of orbital debris removal, recycling, reusing, I could see some coming together in synergy. Now, there is the one caveat, and that comes into play with the military side of it. Who owns what, and is that really orbital debris or some type of spoofing technology, or there's some other things going on the classified side that I'm not aware of, but not orbital debris is really orbital debris. It's being used for other purposes. And so I could see where there's some challenges with countries not wanting to do orbital debris removal, thinking that potentially their space asset could be removed or discovered for its purposes. So again, I'll turn it over to Adriano. I'm sure he has some great insights about this too, about how we can find ways globally as humanity to solve this challenge.
Well, I have something to say too, and thank you, Shelley, for your very interesting answer. However, I think when we identify a legal problem like this one that is recognized, and I think we will discuss it also in the next panel about space law. I think will be one of the most important points of that discussion. However, when we think about the space debris, orbital debris problem as a black box closed, then we don't resolve anything. We have to go inside and to analyze what are debris, different kinds of debris. For instance, there is a kind of debris that is very important in terms of quantity, and are the rocket stages that are in orbit. These are, let me say, big empty boxes, let me say so, cylinders, okay? They are made of aluminum. Aluminum can be used very profitably to make propellant, so to transform trash in gold, in this case, make propellant for rockets, for instance. And I don't think there will be, well, I could be wrong, and I apologize in advance with the scientists that will correct me probably. But I don't think that empty second stages of rockets can have big technological secrets to be hidden, let me say. So the point is that we have to go ahead, as we will say in the next, discuss in the next panel. The Outer Space Treaty is a very good space law base, but it needs to be updated. And I think to introduce some rules, as I said before, taken from the maritime law, that allows under certain warrants, let's say, that the lawyers can talk better than me on this point, that allows to recover big wreckages, and to that when they are recovered, then we can discuss what to do, who is the proprietor, and all these kind of things. And there are many good ideas about that, included to make bounties, assigning for a certain time a license to go hunting debris and to bring them somewhere in a repository, in a Lagrange point, in an orbital, high-orbit place, and so on. And so there, when we start to analyze the problem in a dynamic way, not in a static way, and we don't think that the law as it is, it can never be changed because the military will oppose, and et cetera, et cetera. No, we'll do nothing. We have to go inside and to see the different cases to understand what it can be done. So, okay, I know it is not a great answer, but I think it could be a starting point.
Absolutely. Looks like we have a question from Marie. Please go ahead. You're on mute.
Sorry. I want to make the point that it is not so easy to hunt orbital debris because they have a very high speed. And I think we have also to talk about the methods of hunting the debris, because I think we have not yet the solution. And in the university, in several universities, in institutes of space systems, they are researching these methods. And I think we should include this research results into our discussion. Thank you.
That's an excellent point. I mean, certainly there are some technology gaps there that we need to strive towards. And just something that Shelley had said in her opening really resonated with me, in that our actions in outer space is a reflection of our activities here on Earth. I thought that was a really powerful statement, in that there are technologies that we're developing here in terms of recycling, talking about the circular economy, and this is something that we need to extend out into space. And of course, this is going to require some new systems and methods that we need to develop. But most certainly, this is the path towards sustainability, in that striving to research these new ways of recycling, and mainly addressing the gaps. And certainly those gaps do exist from a technical perspective, from a regulatory perspective. I mean, these are challenges that we still need to surmount as a community to get there. Now, of course, with these added challenges, I'm curious to hear the panelists on how can we enable the space industry to balance the need for innovation exploration with the need to mitigate the space debris problem. So we'll, Martina, how about you kick us off on this question?
Sorry about that. Can you repeat again?
Sure. So the question is, how can we enable the space industry to balance the need for innovation and exploration with the need to mitigate space debris? And you had touched on space recycling as one of the pathways there. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on what are some of the strategies that we can implement to help us get there?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's one of my papers that I'm doing for the Diverse Dozen. We are going to have a gathering in Las Vegas. So one of the great silver linings, especially for developing countries or industries, I feel like it's when you try to adopt from the ground up sustainability incorporated through all the procedures and all aspects of the endeavors. So, for example, if you are a developing country, let's say, and you want to create this industry that's going to be sustainable, you'd still have to consider sustainability and educate everyone from the ground up. In developing countries, usually so many problems arise in so many different areas. But if you do this one thing right, then you can have this butterfly effect that's going to translate for best practices across industries. So in industries who are already developed, it's really great if we rethink the processes and the procedures from the ground up. In developing countries, usually, and incorporate the best practices and sustainability methods throughout it. So everything that's already polluting, everything that's already too much or over-launched should be better regulated, in my opinion, and it should have those best practices in mind as a renewal or as a refurbishment of that said industry.
Anyone else would like to add to that?
I'll kind of jump in a little bit and say, I always like to look at what the level of risk is and then where's the profitability. Because if you're a company's not going to look at orbital debris removal unless there's a business model and an economic model that allows them to be profitable. And we are seeing various companies, in Japan and the US and elsewhere, that are looking at this business model as a profitable venture to take on and reuse and recycle. So I think we can look at that, but in the interim, you start with the government as the big bill payer, the one that's providing the opportunities, and then the middle ground is kind of the public-private partnership where the government provides funding to companies to enter into this very risky enterprise. So I think we're at a stage now where we're at the public-private partnership. You're seeing some contracts being let to help industry do some of the orbital debris removal, the technology readiness levels, to see the feasibility, move it along the technology readiness level scale to eventually look at how it becomes profitable. So that's the part I'll also highlight. For commercial entity, it's got to be profitable. They have to have a business case. Government doesn't necessarily need a business case. They take things on when it's more risky and what's the greater good or research. And then somewhere in between where government can help industry is that public-private partnership. Thank you.
Excellent. I'd be remiss not to talk about some of the emerging technologies that are going to be critical to helping us resolve some of these upcoming issues. So in terms of the emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and robotics. I'm curious, what roles do you see these emerging technologies playing, and how can they help us not only mitigate this problem, but as Adriano said, turn trash into treasure. So transform that into from a challenge to an opportunity to enable the next industries that are going to be developing. Adriano, if you can, what are your thoughts on that? And then Camille, we'll come to you afterwards.
Yes, something can be said on that. Some emergent, let me say, some initial technology already emerged, and it is the technology of the deorbiting devices that, by the way, was invented, this concept, by an Italian company. It is called Deorbit, exactly. And it is developing this kind of devices that can be mounted on the satellites, and at the end of the operating life of the satellite, this small engine will drive the satellite to enter the atmosphere, so burning in the atmosphere. This is let me say, a very initial remediation strategy, and of course it doesn't take care of the value of the orbiting things that costed a lot to put there, and then we have to spend again to trash them. But however, it is a beginning. Other views are seeing as a business possibility, let me say, to sell the concept that not recovering, not remediating will cost very much more than the remediation. This concept can be transformed in a business too, and it will maybe facilitate the beginning of a circular economy. And of course, there are several tests that are being performed since some years already by for instance, the Surrey Research Institute in the UK that developed technologies to catch debris in several ways. And yes, there were already demonstrations that were made in space, demonstration of this kind of things. So let me say that the technologies are not that not that late. Let me say, not so delayed. They are developing, but of course we would need very much more a systematic approach to this problem. And probably we need the help of universities, like the Kepler Space University, for instance, to go around seeing what is happening in the industry, in the research institutes, and in the companies that are trying to approach this problem, to take their best concept, to systemize them in an educational way, in order to redistribute this know-how and this kind of initiative. That, I think, that should be an important action from the educational point of view, in order to promote the best practices to develop and spread in the entrepreneurial environment. And of course, collaboration, public and private, that Shelley was mentioning before, is also very much important, because we cannot always think that entrepreneurs alone should risk everything of their fortunes. Yeah, somebody win, but many other poor guys lose. So of course the public should help entrepreneurial efforts, and at least in the beginning.
To help reduce that risk, I think that's critically important. And of course, going together, we can get there faster. So collaborations make a lot of sense, and of course, helps reduce some of the strain on resources from private, but also public institutions. Camille had his hand up, so we'll go to him. Go ahead, Camille.
Okay, I wanted to add something because I sometimes get asked during space mining conferences and lectures, what about the overburden or mining tailings that are being, might be produced on the moon? And my answer is yes, they are a factor that should be taken into account. But could they count as space debris? Not under the contemporary understanding of space debris, but they are something like they might be something like a space pollution or let's call it a harmful interference hazard. But I like to finish up my talk with the quote by Peter J. Weig. Mostly the concept of by Peter J. Weig that we shouldn't treat as trash but as a byproduct, meaning that we should think about how would we reuse those debris or anything something that comes out of space mining or manufacturing in order to increase sustainability, and also to mitigate or even remediate the actual impact we would have on any celestial body or in the like a orbital zone or like the cislunar zone. Thank you.
And of course, just add on to that, ultimately reducing our environmental footprint as much as we can is going to be critical to that sustainable long-term operations. So, those are all just opportunities for something else to be done. Before I get to my last question, I'll ask the panelists. I'll hand it over to Michal. Do you want to?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment. I was born in USSR, across the river from China. I worked for 15 years in American companies, Boeing and others. And for 15 years or more, I now live in EU. So I've been on all the sides, and basically in line with what Shelley mentioned. For me, it's a big horror and shame to see how the key players in space are not talking to each other and hate each other, especially when this is mostly important and needed. And also I have friends in India and some friends in Japan. So basically everyone hates each other. They don't talk to each other. And when exactly they need to solve this problem, because this can shut down space for all, especially since the technology which is needed to deorbit or remove or orbit to the graveyard is a dual use. And whenever any company is developing this technology for the debris removal, all other sides are really suspicious, especially since all these key players, most of these key players are on the UN Security Council and have veto rights. So it's a disaster asking to happen. And this is in a way quite similar to my experience in repossessing aircraft for non-payment. When you go to repossess your aircraft, everyone hates each other upfront, and but at the same time, no one wants to die. And airline don't want to die. We don't want to kill the airline. So somehow we need to find a solution by at least starting to find the least common denominator. And what I want to say is that it looks like United Nations is still the only platform where this problem can be solved by pushing the parties closer to the negotiation table. And if those half a dozen or dozen players don't talk to each other, maybe the remaining 180, 190 countries who benefit from solving this problem and who are not even part of the problem can push those countries to come together and find a solution. Wishful thinking, but still I wanted to make this comment.
Excellent. Thanks, Michal. So just I know we're getting towards the end of our session here, and I would like to keep to track here. It's the final comment from each of you in terms of what role can international cooperation play in addressing the issue of space debris, and what is your recommendation for COPOUOS? So we'll start with Adriano.
Yes. Okay. My main recommendation is to take to update the Outer Space Treaty, introducing some rules allowing recovering and salvage and making bounties or whatever it can be useful to move this kind of thing for the big debris. For the small debris is more a problem of research, scientific research, because the small debris are very much dangerous, but are also very much more difficult to catch and to collect. So in one case, we have to talk with the lawyers and with the legal to tackle the legal problems. In the other case, we have to push more priority to the scientific research to develop technologies to catch small debris and to protect from small debris and so on. So this is of course all the things that were said, circular economy, reuse the debris for industrialization and so on. These are key questions.
Werner?
Yes, I would think that the United Nations, especially COPOUOS, should accelerate their work, and they should listen very much to scientists and to engineers, as well as to lawyers. So I will also be present next week in Vienna, and I will have a look on this item very closely. Thank you.
Shelley?
Thank you so much. And again, I want to highlight those three main points I talked about, which was reduce, reuse, and recycle. That first one, reduce, countries that are launching payloads into orbit can do now. Reduce what we're putting up there now. Stop putting more orbital debris in orbit. That would be the first big step. The other two, recycle and reuse, I think we've all hit on it with Adriano and the others, that there may be some requirements for legal coming together, space diplomacy, international relations to look at how we can capture the orbital debris that's there, recycle and reuse it. What are the technologies? There are companies currently doing that have demonstrated the capability. So it's now really what instruments can we put in place through public-private partnerships with the government and commercial to unlock that innovation, while we're also working on creating the policies and international diplomacy to allow those activities to take place. So thank you again for inviting me to join you.
Thank you very much. Martina?
Thank you so much for the invitation. So my main recommendation would be to rethink the practices which incorporate sustainability from the grounds up, especially when it comes to mitigating collisions through guidelines and technology, as we discussed, and also long-term usability and recycling of that orbital debris. Thank you.
Wonderful. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. As we come to the end of our discussion today, I would like to thank all of you for joining us on behalf of myself and Michal. It is evident that the challenges posed by orbital debris require collaborative and innovative solutions from all stakeholders. It is a shared responsibility in a shared space. From the advancements and tracking technologies, applications of AI and machine learning, to the responsible end-of-life practices towards the circular economy in space. The need for developing better standards, norms, and policies to govern space activities. Every step counts in safeguarding the space environment for future generations. We carry forward the insights shared today as a call to action, fostering continued dialogue and action towards sustainable practices. Together, we can navigate through the challenges of the space debris problem today and tomorrow to ensure a clearer pathway forward for humanity's exploration and utilization of space. We thank all of our esteemed panelists for their expertise and perspectives, and to the audience for their engagement and commitment to this critical issue. As we continue to reach for the stars, respectfully and responsibly, thank you very much.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Michael and Harun. That was wonderful to hear those insights. It was great to hear such a lively discussion throughout the panel. Shelley, thank you so much for sharing how space is bringing us together. And that's really one thing that we do see space as being a great unifier, although there are some issues that you described that we are that there's polarization about, but in general, it's such a great unifier, whether people on one side want to use space to protect themselves from the dangers and destruction of climate change, or on the right, or on the other side, they want to protect themselves from danger and destruction of a peer great competitor. We all agree, no matter what side you're on, that space is a place to be, to bring us all together and to solve some of these problems. I do need to note that for Michael, I need to update the intro I give him. I didn't know he was an airplane repo man. That would give some pause. Now I really understand where he got the habit of throwing good people out of perfectly good airplanes. Maybe those weren't just skydivers, maybe those were pilots. Michael, we'll have to talk afterwards. But does bring us back to our next panel, which again is a topic much anticipated because almost every speaker warmed up this next panel. So there are quite high expectations discussing space law and private outer entities in outer space. Very appropriate, coming just after another test launch for the SpaceX's Starship. So very, very appropriate, and really excited to hear what our panelists have to say. So leading our panelists will be another chair pair, if you will. I'll give you a little bit of background. So the first is describes himself as a technological philanthropist, but not just that, as a synergistic technological philanthropist. That is a serial VC, venture capitalist, that is investing in space and nearly all the sectors that touch space. And he, like my friend Stephen, is also an astropreneur himself. I've seen firsthand at the recent NSS IASDC, which I invite you all to come to next year, which will be here in Orlando. He's an accomplished computer, robot, space, and utility engineer with more years of experience than he probably wants me to mention. And he shares his leadership and his insights everywhere you look. Director of Strategic Relationships for the National Space Society, one of the cornerstone members here with the Space Renaissance of the Adriano's 18th SGG Coalition. He's also the founder and vice president of the Moo Village Association. I'm pleased to introduce another great friend who Adriana brought us together through this community, a colleague and unknowingly a neighbor for over 25 years while I was in the DC area. Please welcome the president and CEO of Extraordinary Innovation Space Partnerships, Gary Bernard. And also joining him is proof that not all lawyers should be feared, some should be fawned. This next co-chair is a real power player. Thank you, Adriano, for snagging him for this event. And he's been quite instrumental in developing educational and scientific projects for young budding space entrepreneurs throughout the world, including teaching courses and leading young lawyer symposiums throughout Europe and the world, many national workshops and conferences. Like many of our co-chairs, he's a prolific author, having over 200 published articles, encyclopedia entries, many legal journals that he's contributed to, including over 180 scientific papers, probably even more so by the end of this summit today. And he's demonstrating his impact all over the world in the development of space law. Please welcome a true legal luminary, chairman of the European Center for Space Law within the European Space Agency, ESA, Professor Sergio Marchisio. The floor is yours, gentlemen.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. In the interest of full disclosure, I'm not a lawyer. Okay, our share from a legal vantage point is Professor Sergio. I am an engineer with almost 5 decades of pragmatic experience making things happen from different sides of the table in the space business. Metaphorically, my role here is in terms of legal issues is from arguably a Shakespearean perspective, questioning everything, albeit somewhat tempered by an understanding of what it takes to get things done. And like Sergio, to offer his initial remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary, and thank you all for listening to me and for inviting me to this important event. I had the chance to meet Adriano in Vienna at the last meeting of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee of the COPOUOS. I am a member of the Italian delegation to the COPOUOS since 1997, so you can imagine I'm not so young. And I had also the opportunity to join several diplomatic initiatives in space law, because you were talking until now of space law, and I'm really convinced that space law depends from negotiation. Negotiation is diplomacy, space diplomacy. So there will be no space law without space negotiation. And I agree completely with Michael, which said just a few minutes ago that we are not in a good shape currently, because just to make an example, in April we had the last meeting of the Legal SubCommittee of the COPOUOS in Vienna, and for the first time in history we couldn't adopt the report. There was no consensus on the report. It is still open. There are states that made some obstacles to the adoption by consensus of this report. This is really a bad situation. And this shows also how difficult it is nowadays to speak about space rules, new space rules, adaptation of the treaties, revision of the treaties, etc. The treaties contain some key principles which are absolutely important, and I wanted to mention only one which is directly linked to the title of this panel, Space Law and Private Entities in Outer Space. It's Article 6. States are accountable, responsible for their national activities in outer space or on the moon and celestial bodies, and both for institutional operators' activities and for private operators' activities. And they have the obligation to authorize and supervise continuously the private operators. This is why national space legislation have developed. So when we speak of revision of the treaty, we should keep in mind that we can open a very, very dangerous, as we say normally, Pandora box. It was possible to compromise in the 70s, at the end of the 60s, on the principle of private actors in space, yes, Soviet Union and the USA, but authorization from the national states, the appropriate state. So this is my only remark before introducing the panel. I don't know if I have to start asking the panelists to, or Gary, would you like to start with introducing the first speakers?
Yeah, we'll go and follow through with respect to that. The point that I wanted to note is since I live inside the Washington, D.C. Beltway, where it's perceived that there's a God-given right to revise and extend your remarks, I'm inviting the panelists to not only submit their bullet charts, but if they have a more extended presentation on the topic, to please do so. I have the same, which I'll be providing. And I think one of the critical things that we'll be having to cope with here is how it is that we both understand and draw out a confluence of interests that is sustainable. And I think you'll see that as a common theme, in the, or thread through the discussions we'll receive. Adriano, you're first on deck in terms of having, having some slides and something to say. So if you're ready to go, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gary. And thank you, Sergio, for your very clear picture of the real situation that we are facing next week at the 67th General Assembly of COPOUOS. Okay, I will go ahead sharing my screen again. Yes. I think you are seeing it. Okay. Okay, let's go. So, yeah, this is a very crowded slide. I will try to be quick and efficient just reading it. I divided in 4 categories, some relevant rules to be confirmed in the outer space treaties, some needed updates, urgent needs to be covered by a modern space law, and useful and less useful international treaties. So starting from the first quadrant, some prohibition of mass destruction weapons in space and celestial bodies. This is a good provision that should be maintained. Neutrality about space resources utilization, also to be maintained. Prohibition of appropriation of areas beyond the national borders. That is good too. Neutrality on property of buildings on areas beyond national borders, and this is good. Nations are responsible for private actions on celestial bodies, and this is good. Okay. Some needed updates. Only states are concerned in the Outer Space Treaty. This should change because we have to include other stakeholders of the space venture. Zero weapons in space and on celestial body. This is missing. The OST only talk about mass destruction, not of any kind of weapons. Promotion of best practices and circular space economy. This is missing in the OST. Involvement of all stakeholders is missing, and orbital debris recovery and property missing in the OST. Some urgent needs to be covered by a modern space law, safeguarding investors' interest in intellectual property, to help minor competitors to join the new space market, and the Space for Peace, an extension of the OST addressing disarmament, global monitoring, and incentives for international cooperation. Last, we have in SRI, in order to produce our last position paper that was issued in January, we analyzed several treaties currently in use. The Seabed 1994 of the Maritime Law, this contains good provisions. Commercial Space Act, the USA 2015 also. The Luxembourg Space Law, the Japan Space Law, ARTEMIS Accords, and International Lunar Research Station. All of these treaties and agreements contain good rules. Good, of course, from the point of view of the civilian space development, of freedom on one side and rules on the other side in order to avoid conflicts and too hard competition and so on. We identified 2 treaties that we shouldn't use as a design input, and is the Seabed of the agreement of the 1986, part of the Maritime Law, and the Moon Treaty. Why not? Because both of these try to establish some kind of big brother, the ruling authority that will dictate behaviors and things to be done by to privates and to everybody. So we keep on thinking that the liberal law should better enumerate what is forbidden and not we don't have to describe what is permitted, because what is permitted is almost infinite, you know, so it would be useless to make a big book where listing everything is allowed. Okay, so this is my, let me say, overview. I have to say that I'm not a lawyer, like Gary already said for himself. Neither I'm a lawyer. I was a computer science entrepreneur too, and but we know that computer science people, software people, claim to be able to debug everything in the world, including law. So, okay. Thank you very much. This was my short presentation.
Thank you, Adriano. Appreciate that. And for the interest of time, I am asking the different presenters to say what portion of their own self-biography they choose to mention. You know, for our next speaker, Bernard Foying, will be offering you know, his views for this panel. Thank you.
Well, I think Bernard is not here. He will rejoin in, I
Okay.
think.
All right. So we'll go through. You know, Dennis, are you ready? You have several slides you wanted to include.
Yes, I am ready. I have 2 slides.
Please introduce yourself and your slides.
Okay, thank you. I just hit share the screen and now I hit a button. Do you see the screen?
Yes, we do. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
great. I'll start my 3 minutes now. There are 3 ambiguities in the Outer Space Treaty that must be addressed. First and most important, we must clarify that resources removed from in place can become private property under national laws. The diplomatic phrasing is that such removal is not inherently appropriation, which is prohibited by Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty. The words in place are not found in the OST, though they are found in the Moon Agreement, the treaty that people love to hate, but actually contains some very good language. We must also clarify what it means to remove small asteroids from in place. It probably means removing them from their natural orbit to a place where they can be used economically, though it must be done safely. Remember what happened to the dinosaurs. Secondly, we must clarify that all stations, installations, and facilities are within the jurisdiction and control of the country that authorized and supervises them. This is implied in Article 12 of the Outer Space Treaty and made explicit in Article 12 of the Moon Agreement. By including such language in any new international agreement, we can make sure that the installations and facilities used for outer space resource activity, including any improvements, remain within the control of the private nationals who built them in accordance with their own national laws. The third clarification concerns intellectual property rights. Surprisingly, these are not mentioned in either the Outer Space Treaty or the Moon Agreement, but they are specifically supported by Section 1.19 of the Long-Term Sustainability Guidelines that were unanimously adopted by COPOUOS in 2019. Any new agreement must clarify that private intellectual property rights are protected. Okay, and now I go to the second slide. Ah, there we go. No, we don't. my slide thing is giving me trouble. It just moved all the way to the top. And so we're going to have to try this again. And I can do everything except hit the slide that there we go away. I'm waiting for, I'm just going to start reading and I'll give you the slide thing when it comes up. There we go. Okay. Clearing up these ambiguities is essential, but it is just as essential that the private sector acknowledge their responsibilities under the Outer Space Treaty. There are 6 of them. The first 2, free access and non-appropriation, mean that there can be no exclusion zones. Access to resources must be shared. Excuse me. The next 3 all come from Article 9. Due regard, which means avoiding harmful interference with the activities of others, avoiding harmful contamination of the celestial environment, and protecting the interests of other countries, both current interests and future interests. Protecting the present and future interests may be the key. If you are willing to support a framework that protects the future interests of emerging countries and settlers, you are far more likely to get protection for the current interests of whoever gets there first. Finally, we must share information about the nature, conduct, location, and results of outer space activities with due regard for national laws protecting intellectual property. Accepting these responsibilities will help ensure that the clarifications needed for financial sustainability are adopted by the international community. And I will post the short version of these 2 slides in the chat section now. And I forgot to mention, I am Dennis O'Brien. I am a space lawyer. In 2017, I founded the Space Treaty Project, a scientific and educational nonprofit based here in Northern California. In those 7 years, I've written 35 articles, papers, and presentations like this on space law and policy. This is the most pivotal moment in human history. We all have a great responsibility towards those who follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Appreciate it. Okay, the next speaker that we have is Frank White, still with us. He indicated that he had a challenge schedule. Okay, looks like
Gary, we have Bernard Foying now, so maybe
Bernard. Okay,
we could allow Frank to talk later if we join.
If Bernard, if you're ready to speak, we've got a slot for you. Bernard.
Oh well, he was here.
Okay.
Okay.
Close. There he is. All right, Bernard. Please give a suitable short introduction for yourself and your slides, please, if you have any.
Yes. Okay. So I'm Bernard Foying. So I've been working at the European Space Agency as a chief scientist and the lead of our first moon mission. And I've been working also on mission to Mars and payload for International Space Station and various astronomy and solar system missions. Now I serve as the president of Space Renaissance International. So since our last Congress, and so I'm dedicated to deliver some of the action plans that we have defined for Space Renaissance International. But one very important pillar of this action plan is an initiative, Space for All on Earth and Beyond, that has been really initiated by Space Renaissance International together with National Space Society, and more than 70 partners now supporting this initiative. So it's something which has a very deep factual meaning, symbolic as well, to get people more aware about space and what space can represent for all in generating knowledge, in generating also progress, in generating peace, as well as generating opportunities for the public and for society. So I'm very, very impressed by the portfolio of panelists that we have here. So we have also our Vice President of Space Renaissance here, Gary, and as well we have so we have some and Adriano Tino. So we are very instrumental in putting this platform and this number of panelists and top level thinkers, speakers, and actors for this. So we are looking forward how we can also consolidate everything which is exchanged today, but also how this could lead to some specific follow-up actions in our path towards space for all on Earth and beyond. So thank you very much, Gary, for giving me the floor, Adriano as well, and also the panelists. At the moment, I am almost on the Moon and Mars, as I'm also participating to a field school on a volcanic island in Vulcano Island, where I'm surrounded with some 50 researchers, and we are going to have a mix of lectures, but also we are going to explore some recent volcanoes. So we will tell you more also about going with our feet and preparing for future exploration beyond the Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adriano. I take it, I don't see Frank. Are you here?
Sure.
If you're here, you have give yourself your introduction of choice, and I would love to hear what you have to say on the topic.
Well, I didn't expect to be here. I thought I would still be moderating the overview roundtable. Can you give me a little kickoff, Gary, as to
as it's
like
basically as it's yes, as it stands, our topic is space law in private entities in outer space.
Yeah.
And it's the interesting juxtaposition.
Yeah.
There's this notion of a cautionary tale. There's a set of folks that believe that so far as the space is concerned, that you need to have a fully formed regulatory regime before you do anything. Okay, and the cautionary tale on that is the law of the sea and the seabed mining codicils, where they spent over 20 years arguing about the shape of the table that they would sit down to negotiate at. The opposite end of the spectrum is imagine driving a truck full of commercial goods across Europe prior to the formation of the European Union. Yeah, it was laissez-faire, but it was laissez-faire, gone crazy. So there's some balance, and your thoughts on finding that balance would be valuable.
Well, thank you. And I would say we ought to start with our end goal to think about how we ought to go about achieving it. And for me, the end goal is large-scale space migration. And that is to say, large numbers of people living and working off-world for the benefit of the world. And we really want to keep in mind, I think, that if we do see a significant population of humans and other life leaving Earth and industries leaving Earth, it could be very ecologically beneficial to the planet, because we would take some of the pressure off of the Earth's carrying capacity that is really under stress right now. That's what we want to see. That's the future we want to find. And I believe that it's almost inevitable that it will occur. I have an astronaut in my book, I believe it was Alan Bean, and it could have been another astronaut, but I asked him about the future, and he said, we're going to be living and working in outer space, whether anybody likes it or not. It's going to happen. And therefore, I think we should see it as a future that we embrace and shape. And that speaks to your question, Gary. I agree, it should be a balance. And that would be what we strive for. And I think we can achieve it, because there are so many people like this panel who are working in that direction already. And we're really, how many people are living off the planet right now? 10, 12? I don't know. Not many. But there are some really big issues to resolve. And my view is that it will be the push of more people leaving that will create the momentum to create the structure and the laws. And therefore, I think the two go hand in hand and in tandem. And whether governments or academics or observers or influencers think it should wait until we have a full regime, I just doubt that that's going to be the outcome. And so I think we look at the end goal and say, how can we create a system that will encourage it and also support it? And also, and I'll close on this, avoid some of the bad things that have happened in the past where human activity has moved more quickly than human governance or capability to create a structure where it could be done in the best possible way.
Thank you very much, Frank. My apologies if I get the pronunciation of the name right. Is Humberto with us? I don't see the name showing up in Zoom.
Not present.
Am I not seeing something, Robert?
No, I don't see either, so I'm sorry.
Okay. Martina, is she still with us?
Here. Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, Martina, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. So it is really hard to follow up on space law and privates in space with such an incredible cohort of panelists who already gave us so much. I am so honored to be here. So again, even for this panel, I have two talking points. The first one is, how do we regulate private space activities for sustainability, having sustainability in mind? So as private space companies are increasingly participating in the space activities, we need comprehensive space law regulations, which will be essential to ensure the operations that are sustainable and do not harm the orbital environment, but also our communities and our planet. So these regulations should be and include mandatory measures for debris mitigation, end-of-life disposal, and the responsible use of all of the resources included from the get-go. So by enforcing such laws, we can balance commercial growth with the long-term preservation of space as a shared resource for all. So that's my first point on regulating private space activities for sustainability. And my second would be actually incentivizing sustainable practices through legal frameworks. So space law should incentivize private entities to adopt such sustainable practices, such as utilizing green propulsion technologies and designing spacecraft for easy deorbiting or recycling. Legal frameworks that reward sustainable innovation and penalize environmentally harmful activities can perhaps drive the private sector towards a more reasonable space operation and activities of that sort. I know it is really hard to incentivize and make the private space sector adhere to such regulations and practices. But again, with the respect of SDG goals, so many companies have went above and beyond, and we can actually see how they're benefiting and how they're getting that token of appreciation, at least when it comes to some countries that practice this. So this approach ensures the economic development in space, which aligns with the overarching goal of preserving the orbital environment for future generations. So I know that especially in the US, regulating the private space activities are not, they don't have a vast plethora of activities, but perhaps with some incentives that are rewarding or add to prestige, we can actually make that happen. So those are my two opinions, and I would gladly learn from all the more experienced people on this panel contributing, and I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Martina. Do we have Robert with us? Robert Rivetto? Okay, all right. Well, at this point, I'd like to share a couple slides. One of the other things that I've done over the years is I spent more than a decade as the National Space Society, UN delegation, special NGO delegation as the lead and administrator, for the society. So I'm not exactly a stranger to this. I'm going to share a couple slides if the system is being cooperative here for us. Portion of the screen, and we'll have a slide in a moment here, which should be, is that visible to people's screens?
Yes, it is visible.
On a reasonable scale? Okay, so this is the presentation that I'm going to turn in for the notes, which describes where we're coming from with respect to the National Space Society, what we see as some critical questions with respect to architecting the future of space. And we need to learn to do that. Learning to do really does, what we can learn to do really does matter in those regards. The context, I think is appropriately expressed as arcs of opportunity. This in particular was developed addressing the issues of space solar power technology, but it's equally applicable in terms of when we think of extending our economy into cislunar space, the flows of people, material, energy, and data that we're going to have to contend with in those regards. As we've heard, the why this matters is that the consequences of extension level events are irreconcilable to us as a species. Bringing new resources to the table, provide options for a future, help meet the Sustainable Development Goals, and understanding how to build and maintain viable space settlements as a microcosm of providing for all life as we know it. This is part of what I say or characterize as understanding the problem and solution space. And this, what this comes down to is that if you're trying to come up with some form of framework for something that you has never been built before, from a systems engineering perspective, understanding both the problem space and solution space is a very good point of departure. And you want to identify some number of threads that can be used as a lens to look at each aspect of the work that is proposed and as it is being executed. You could think of those threads as outcome elements. You've heard that come up in earlier parts of the discussion here. What in the hell does this have to do with statecraft? Well, it turns out outcomes matter. The efforts in statecraft that are based on a confluence of interests that are clearly defined tend to be widely ratified, adopted, or signed, as it were, in the purview. The 1967 Treaty on the Principles Governing the Activities of States and the Exploration and Use of Outer Space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, has over 107 parties and 89 signatories, widely adopted in those regards. Efforts that in statecraft that are based on aspirations without a foundation of clearly articulated interests tend to flounder. And a classic example of that is the 1979 Moon Agreement. Accordingly, lending our efforts to drawing out, articulating, and affirming confluence of interests where they can be found seems to be the most prudent and logical course of action. Basically, this is what I believe we need to concern ourselves with. There are some additional details as to potential, critical outcome elements that we might want to consider, how you might approach the reverse engineering of the same, and where the last thing that I wanted to remind us of from a United States perspective, there are three very good cautionary tales to bear in mind. After the invention of the airplane, the various industrious folks that felt they had some intellectual property associated with the same spent over a decade suing one another. This didn't work out well, but it did result in the NACA, the National Advisory Council on Aerospace, which was the precursor to NASA. The world of U.S. international traffic and arms regulations, ITAR control, was initially relaxed in the 1980s to encourage commercial space launch capabilities. It ended up, bringing a disastrous retrenchment, if you will, with respect to how intellectual property was dealt with in the United States on a dual use basis that we still have to contend with today. The Space Station International or Intergovernmental Agreements, without this foundational agreement, it's likely that the International Space Station would never have come to pass. It was made an incredible difference. So from our standpoint, we need to be cognizant with respect to international agreements, what the interests are of the different nation state delegations in the United Nations and what it takes to draw out that confluence of interests. And I've attempted to, articulate that in the, in the presentations, which we'll share with all of you. But one of the key things, is that what's made a difference with respect to the United States space technology initiatives, which, calling the elephant in a room, really is a soft power projection opportunity where cooperating, collaborating, and competing interests can often accomplish extraordinary outcomes despite the nature and proclivities of the entities involved. There is an opportunity before us to realize the fact that we could succeed in these endeavors, and as a result, change the fate of our species. We can help make the Sustainable Development Goals be achieved, and not just survive as a species, but thrive. Thank you. So I'd like to open it up for questions. There's a bit of we've taken in a bit of a fairly wide-ranging material here. First to the panelists. Do we have a basis for agreement, disagreement? Are we on the same planet? Anyone care to opine on that? All right.
I'll give you an opinion.
Okay.
I've been, a couple of things came to mind over the last couple months. I was in Luxembourg and I was an official observer to the expert meetings there that are part of the COPOUOS efforts to come up with some new, perhaps possible international governance document. And I also viewed the ones that were happening in Vienna. And I wrote an article about it, and I got some comments back, and I realized, as the commentators realized, that none of the experts had ever mentioned the settlers. And a couple of us have commented on it. And it's kind of natural for COPOUOS and its delegates to focus on the interests of their own country, because by definition, that's what they are. So it's going to be hard to get the interests that we talk about settlers in the future, settlers who are not necessarily affiliated with any one nation state anymore, and trying to protect their interests as we make these important decisions. So the short way of saying that is that someone needs to speak for the settlers. And SRI and its group, especially the 18th SDG coalition, may be a good proto start for that type of assembly of settler voices. Right. And the second, one real short one, the second one, it appears now that we can look at what's happening in COPOUOS and trying to sort these things out as one big Article 9 consultation. And that ultimately what they can come up with is a consultation agreement growing out of Article 9 of the Outer Space Treaty. The OST is the only document everyone accepts. So let's work with that framework and come up with a new working agreement that supports the private sector while still protecting essential public policies. That's all I had. Thank you.
Great, appreciate that. Sherry, Brunswick indicated that she had some material that she'd like to offer.
Hi, thank you so much. And I was a late add to the panel. I'm Shelley Brunswick, the CEO and founder of SB Global LLC, and I have a background 29 years in the United States Air Force as a space acquisition officer and as the former chief operating officer at Space Foundation. And I wanted to give a few comments about this topic. So again, I want to thank you all for taking this last minute addition to this panel to address you and the esteemed gathering to talk about and contemplate the future of space law in an era marked by unprecedented private engagement and international interest in outer space. Today, I'm going to highlight some critical areas that necessitate our immediate attention and propose pathways forward. Firstly, as we've already mentioned, the Outer Space Treaty, crafted in 1967, served its purpose well in the initial decades of space exploration. However, the advent of robust private sector participation and the advanced technology capabilities requires us to rethink and possibly revise this cornerstone of space law. We face a dual choice: amend the existing treaty or craft a new framework that address contemporary challenges such as commercial space ventures, space traffic management, and off-Earth resource extraction. So I'm recommending we must understand and undertake a comprehensive review to identify the gaps in the current treaty with an inclusive approach that brings diverse stakeholders to the table, ensuring that the new amendments or treaties are robust, equitable, and reflect the current and future space activities. Second, the international treaties like the Law of the Sea provide us with the precedents on the managing common global resources and environmental stewardship. These can serve as a valuable design inputs for space resource utilization frameworks, ensuring they promote sustainability and equitable access. And as some other people have mentioned, my recommendation is by adapting these terrestrial frameworks to the space context, we can create guidelines that protect the space environment while fostering responsible resource utilization by all nations and entities. Third, protecting the interests of investors and intellectual property in space is paramount to fueling innovation and investment. The legal uncertainties currently surrounding space activities can deter potential investments and stifle the growth of the burgeoning sector. I recommend we need clear, robust legal protections for intellectual and industrial property rights in space, coupled with the effective international dispute resolution mechanisms. This will provide the security needed for investors and innovators to commit to space ventures. Fourth, the high cost of space activities poses a significant barrier to entry for smaller entities and emerging space nations. It is essential that space law evolves to support these new entrants, allowing them fair stakes in the benefits of space exploration. I'm recommending policies aimed at lowering barriers and fostering international collaboration that can help democratize access to space, enabling a more diverse range of participants to contribute to and benefit from space activities. And lastly, as we embrace the promise of space for peace, the potential militarization of space does possess a profound threat. Strengthening the Outer Space Treaty to establish mechanisms for global monitoring are crucial steps towards securing space as a realm for peace and cooperation. So I advocate for extensions to the OST that focus on non-weaponization, enhance global security measures, and cyberspace regulations that prevent the use of spaceborne technologies in cyber warfare. It's also imperative that international collaboration, diplomacy, and cooperation are needed both at the civil and military levels of government. So in conclusion, as we stand at the crossroads of a new space era, the need for cooperation, inclusive, and adaptive legal framework has never been more critical. Our challenges in space, such as orbital debris and space conflict, mirror the challenges we face here on Earth, such as climate change. One nation alone cannot resolve these issues. It requires the concerted efforts of diplomats, peacemakers, policy advocates, and space lawyers working in harmony. So let us work together to ensure that space remains for peace, innovation, and shared progress. Thank you so much for letting me join you for this session.
Indeed. Sherry, to try and get the dialogue going further on this. It's interesting when you want, before you go and engage a lawyer, it's usually to have a pretty damn good, a good idea to understand why you're going there, what your negotiation objective is, basically what the outcome is that you want to accomplish. One of the problems that we run into, as I noted, with respect to space, statecraft, if you will, if you don't have a clear understanding of the outcomes, you're not going to be that are desired. You're not going to be able to draw out a credible confluence of interests, and you're not going to have a reasonable basis for an implementable agreement. What I'm sharing here is a number of different examples of what I call critical outcome elements for which there may be some basis for drawing out a confluence of interest. That is basically what the 1967 Outer Space Treaty is. It's a series of things where there was an identifiable confluence of interest at a whole bunch of different levels that had some fancy words put at the front of it and the end of it, and that became the treaty. Okay, going through and identifying what you're trying to accomplish first before you invent a regulatory regime for it, I would argue is a sounder basis for pursuing agreement. But what do others think about such things?
I think, Gary, I think we still have to give the floor to a couple of registered speakers.
Okay, Humberto, to my knowledge, has not, come in. Shelley's spoken, Martina's spoken, and Shruti Dinkar is, my apologies for her name. Is she here? Have I missed her?
Shruti Dinkar. I don't know if she's here. And Umberto Alfonso Garcia Montano, maybe is not here also.
We've already checked. Okay, is Saritha here?
No, maybe they're not here.
It just has your eye on. So yeah, I've been trying to keep track of the participants in the script in those regards. So if I missed someone that had indicated that they had.
Okay, I think we are near the closure of this session. But however, I would like to, if you like it, I will try to to remember, let me say a lower level of discussion about space law. That's better for non-lawyers, let me say. It's more a political view of these things. I think there are three big orientations about space law. One says that we have to make treaties before doing anything. Okay, this is one.
Mm-hmm.
The other says that we are not able to make treaties, but things are going on. So let's go ahead. And
there's the balancing of those interests, which is what was part of my introduction for the panel.
Yeah, and the third one is, let me say, a compromise among the two.
Yeah, that's the balancing, right?
That is, let's go ahead, because we cannot say, no, first we have to agree and then we will make. Then we will never do anything, of course. So let's think to go ahead. And in the same time, try to stimulate the lawyers to produce some good announcement of what we have. So this is more or less a pragmatic.
I think you're right, Adriano. If you want, hence my point that if you want to go through and get a lawyer to help you write an agreement, you better tell them what it is you're trying to accomplish in English or whatever your native language is in theirs. Okay.
There are 5 languages in the United Nations officials.
Right.
Spanish, Russian, Chinese, English, and French. So you can
The,
choose whatever you want.
There's a great
obliged to use English.
Yeah, well, my apologies. It's been suggested that I speak the English language as a second language.
Yeah.
Whether my first is Fortran, Lisp, Prolog, or some other computer language is a matter of some debate. But I do have an interesting anecdote in those regards. I've come to the understanding that evidently kumbaya does not translate well into Russian, but playing a damn good game of chess does. Okay, we need to be able to convey understanding in our words, and that has to take advantage of and build into it our language heritage and how it is that we convey that understanding. How much time do we have left, Robert?
Not much. That's about it.
Just noting, Camille Musica has her hand raised for quite a bit.
Camille.
Thank you so much.
So, thank you. What I wanted to add is the problem that we kind of missed the issue of space object registration and re-registration. Not even talking about the issue. Well, firstly, we need to talk about the issue of space manufactured objects and who is going to own them, because if you aren't a spacefaring nation, you are a nation without a launching capability. You would probably order a launch, manufacturing and a launch of a space object, and then a transfer of ownership. And as a nation which procures the launching, you could be registered as a launching state. But if anything is manufactured in outer space, you don't have a launching state there, first of all. Second of all, in a dynamic market, it should be far easier to re-register a space object, for example, if it changes hands due to commercial issues. And third of all, yes, there were excellent talks about intellectual property, especially patents, but we also need to take into account the Copenhagen Protocol, the Copenhagen Convention. Yeah, it was Copenhagen Convention and the Space Protocol that would actually give some financial leverage for the private sector of space.
You mean UNIDROIT Convention, not Copenhagen. UNIDROIT Rome. UNIDROIT Convention, Space Protocol on Space Assets.
Yeah, Space Assets.
Copenhagen.
Yeah.
Is Cape Town Convention 2001.
Cape Town, sorry.
On Space Asset, which I had the honor to lead for 10 years without result, because at the end it's not enforced yet. It's not accepted.
By the way,
yeah. And this
by the way, nice seeing you, Sergio.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so we actually need to discuss the idea that there will be a market for space products and space objects and services. Well, there already is, but it would be broadening up. And even Dennis provided the idea that we need to discuss the ownership of even the resources we are gathering, because if they are owned, they can be treated as space debris if they are spilled all over, for example, a celestial body or an orbit, and created an additional form of space hazard. So probably that would be all.
But if I may, I would like to remind you that in Article 8 of the Outer Space Treaty, it is said that the ownership of space objects, including object constructed in outer space or on celestial bodies, is not affected by the fact that they are in outer space or on a celestial bodies. So the ownership is a concept which is mainly given by national law rather than international law, and this is taken by the treaty in the sense that the treaty protects the ownership not only of launched objects, but also of objects that are constructed on a celestial body.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
That's
yes,
just
Sergio,
in
but
mind.
there
Yeah.
is an issue
Why
that
you cannot
those are
register such object? I think that when you
because you
something,
utilize space resources. This is
yes,
mostly the issue for
I
the
mean,
national lawyer.
Yeah.
Article 8 mentions constructed, but
And
they are mentioned
this is
as prefabs.
one topic which is under the attention of the 40 states that are members of the ARTEMIS Accords constituency.
Yes.
Precisely, we are
Poland.
discussing this. We are discussing this point because we think that in general, registration is also applying to objects which are constructed in outer space using space resources. They should be registered.
Sure, I also support that.
Yeah, and this is the position.
But this needs to be highlighted and even pressed upon.
Well, we should highlight it before at this level, sub-level, and then try to import it in a more general level of universal character, which is so difficult as COPOUOS or United Nations, etc. We should work at the sub-level and then try to make the others accept or discuss at least this point. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem, but one final thing. Have you ever considered that the new forms of space law would be created between the blocks of nations, meaning the ILRS, the International Lunar Resource Station, and the ARTEMIS blocks, when they would have to actually come to terms on several activities and create a new space law, actually based on some problems, like during the Cold War?
Difficult to answer, but in the past, it was not a block, but for instance, the agreement on the International Space Station was related to a specific program within a group of countries, a limited number of countries. We never discussed the agreement on the space station within COPOUOS. There was no involvement of COPOUOS. Likewise, the ARTEMIS Accords, they were agreed upon outside the COPOUOS. And now the critics about the criticism against the ARTEMIS Accords is lowering because you understand that we should use limited constituencies of countries to go ahead. Otherwise, with COPOUOS, we cannot do anything. We can, yes, probably you are coming as a space renaissance to the next session of COPOUOS in June, in the end of June. And the main point will be the proposal on the action team on the lunar activities consultation, ATLAC. This is one of the main points to be discussed. And there is an agreement on that, even with Russia. And this is very positive, because we can go ahead in this direction and make some step ahead, even with the issue of the exploration and exploitation of the moon, which is treated now, dealt with in different constituencies, the Chinese one and the ARTEMIS Accords group. My point is it is very difficult to solve problem in this moment within COPOUOS, because COPOUOS is characterized by a deep conflictuality among group of states. There are political problems rising every time. There are statements against one state or another for their activities, actions, military actions, wars, etc. And this is a disturbing environment for progressive, for improving our discussion on even on legal issues or other issues. And so I think that we should work also at the sub-regional level, at the regional level, to try to improve the situation of space law, which is really difficult. I agree with all what you said until now, with the different speakers.
An important
Yes,
part
this is-
related to
Thank you.
this is that in one of the private meetings we had with one of the senior members of the UN Secretariat, he was explaining to us the difficulties in going through and getting different nation state delegations to understand that they needed to, rather than expecting some tithe or to be given something, that what they needed to be about is the question of how could they build the capacity to be a part of something. Okay. And it goes back to the old parable, if somebody is hungry, do you teach them how to fish or do you give them a fish? Okay. There are opportunities where you can actually, and one of the classic ones is the remote sensing deal. The data's there. Okay. If you've got the antenna and you've got the people that know how to work with it and interpret it. Okay. With respect to space, to understand the fundamental physics and science of what's going on, okay, doesn't mean you have to have a rocket, okay, that you can launch. Okay. Physics is physics. Okay. Math is math. Okay. My apologies to those who did or did not invent the zero. Okay. We have to be about the question of how we can engage to get something done. This business of outcomes is what I think is so critical. And if you draw out the confluence of interests at a level where you can articulate and relate it to an outcome, you've got a basis to go forward with statecraft. If you don't, bets are you're going to fail, or you, as a negotiator for the U.S. Department of State put it, if you look in the fine print, it's not even applicable to us. Okay, we don't want to play those games. We want to be about what we can agree on that we're actually going to implement and it's going to make a difference. Thank you. Robert, have we gone through and I think we've blown through all available time in those regards. I'd like to thank all of the panelists and contributions for their contributions. I want to reiterate that we want to we invite everybody to revise and extend their remarks in terms of sending in a slide deck, and I'll try and curate that and make it available to SRI for the purposes of documenting this forum. Thank you all very much for your participation.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Wow. So Gary, you are, as you said, a lawyer, but you definitely played a good one on this TV. So we appreciate your amazing contributions. Again, you set an incredible bar.
Okay. My God.
So, pardon me?
Adriano?
Okay, I'm going to share my screen again. Thank you.
So, thank you.
Okay. I think we are about 20 minutes out of time.
Okay. So welcome to our next panel.
Robert, sorry, Robert. Let me just say a word of thanks. Grazie, Sergio Marchisio, for being with us. And I am sorry that maybe we were not able to exploit your deep knowledge.
No. I was very happy and honored to be here and to listen to all very, very instrumental indications and recommendations. Just one last point, please. We worked at the European Center for Space Law and ESA very much to adopt the Zero Debris Charter, which was adopted in May and signed by 12 space agencies of the European Space Agency. We hope that many other agencies will join these 12 agencies in signing this, which is not a legally binding instrument. It is only, if you like, something not legally binding, but very, very important in our mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. Yes, we will do.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate it. Now we're pleased to present panel number 4, Sustainable Benefits for All Peoples on Earth. And we have another dynamic duo of co-chairs to present to you. First, I'd like to introduce to you probably the humblest co-chair that we have. Her bio if you please, I would like everybody to refer to the detailed bios after this summit. You'll see the detailed bios that Adriana has posted. And she has probably the smallest, but the largest contribution she has made to making this summit possible, with her and Michael and Gary working together on Adriana's 18th SDG initiative very tirelessly. She's yet another innovative entrepreneur for space, speaker, and a self-proclaimed impact instigator, as well as, like me, a fellow ecosystem engineer. She's worked and consulted on many companies and startups, including Space Adventures, Zero Gravity Corporation, Odyssey Moon. She then dedicated herself to further disrupt and inspire and become a co-founder to what amounts to now a family business. It's a social enterprise to democratize access to space by catalyzing space ecosystems in a very, very specific way, specifically for emerging companies. And we have a great representation here from countries all over the globe. And we appreciate her being here. She started doing this catalyzation in her home base of New Zealand. Please welcome the co-founder of the International Space Consultants and co-founder and CEO of Space Base from her home base in New Zealand, but now she's going to join us halfway around the world because she's also an esteemed instructor for our beloved International Space University, from which she joins us today. Please welcome Emmeline Pat-Delstrom. And joining her on the podium is another dignitary. You might think that being a cum laude graduate of Harvard was enough for him, but he didn't rest on those laurels. In fact, that's probably one of his least noteworthy accomplishments. He knows more than anybody about space exploration and how it's more a human endeavor than a technological pursuit. His curious curiosity into the profound and cognitive shift that occurs when viewing Earth from space, as we saw in some people's backgrounds, by our astronauts and cosmonauts, inspired him to pen an amazing book to describe this human phenomenon. This has emerged into a groundbreaking, or dare I say, earth-shattering work, now a seminal contribution to space exploration and human evolution. Not resting on those laurels either, my dear friend continued to be a leader in space exploration, climate change, and AI. And in fact, many of my friends see him as sort of a cult leader. They say everything stops. They have to go to his webinars and his roundtables, even competing with ours. It's the first thing on their schedule before eating, drinking, or sleeping. We're privileged then to be joined today by a profound author of what everybody knows as the Overview Effect, and Earth's foremost space philosopher, as president and board chair of the Human Space Program, what he knows as a 1,000-year project. I hope he'll be around and we'll all be around for all of it. Let's take one giant leap and welcome my friend and co-chair of this session with Emmeline, Mr. Frank White.
Well, thank you so much, Robert. That was a brilliant introduction, and you read it exactly the way I wrote it. Thank you so much. No kidding aside, thank you so much, Robert. That was really, really nice. Here's Emmeline. And we're going to get started right away because we have a huge panel. We have 11 people on it. And we want to get everybody in and give them a chance to talk about sustainable benefits for all peoples of Earth. And I think it's appropriate that you mentioned the overview effect, Robert, because, you know, we lost Bill Anders last week, who took the beautiful Earthrise photo. And really, our view of ourselves on planet Earth has never been the same again since he did that. And in a way, it really encapsulates the very word sustainability, because we see that we are a finite planet in a vast, dark universe. And this is a place where human beings can live without special equipment. And as we move off planet, that is not the case. And so we have to be sustainable. And it's our goal here for all of us to talk about why living off the planet is really sustainable for the planet. It seems counterintuitive, but that's really what it's all about. So we're going to talk today about the role of satellites in making life on Earth more livable. Where would we be without the GPS that's in our cars and which we use all the time? What about Earth observation satellites, the contribution they make to environmental awareness? Communications. We couldn't be doing what we're doing today without those capabilities. We're going to talk a little bit in the future about space development, creating a cislunar economy. Adriano has made the point many times, going back to finiteness, that we are going to have a very hard time reaching the 17 goals that the UN has adopted if we don't expand our ecosystem. And if we don't take advantage of the fact that we're part of a much, much larger ecosystem. And the Earth is part of that ecosystem. So the dichotomy between Earth and space is false. There should be no dichotomy. We are part of this larger area in which we can experiment with sustainability, with closed systems for recycling. There's a lot of talk about a circular economy. The solar ecosystem is a place to experiment and then bring back the results of those experiments to the planet and to increase sustainability here on the home planet itself. We talk about a permanent space revolution. I love that phrase. It's not going to end with a mission. It's going to transmit itself into migration and humans living and working off the planet in very, very large numbers. And that permanent revolution can help everyone on Earth, because the emergent space nations don't have to go through the 50 or 60 years of the current spacefaring nations in learning how to get off the planet, how to get out of the gravity well and out into a much larger ecosystem. I've often said we're moving from a finite game to an infinite game, and everything is different. Everything has changed. So this is a benefit for all. And finally, what could be more important as we look at planet Earth right now than space for peace? If our moving off of the planet, of our home, where we are so aware of borders and boundaries, if we can see what the astronauts saw, what this image next to me shows, there are no borders or boundaries on the Earth. They're only in our minds. And yet we're fighting, we're wasting resources, and we're wasting lives, not realizing what the astronauts realize. We're all in this together. That's the overview effect. And large-scale space migration can be of great benefit to planet Earth, as we've discussed in the past. So because we have so many speakers with so much to say, we're going to get right into it right now. And Emmeline and I agreed we're going to be really, really tough on timing. So once you've heard your bio read and you start speaking, you have 3 minutes. And we will give you a warning at 30 seconds. And then we will give you a warning at please end. So far, I think everybody's been great in staying within the time. And so let's start off with Adriano, our leader, as he was introduced before. I call him the Spark. And I'm not going to repeat all of his credentials. They've already been mentioned before. But I'm going to say that he's written a lot about the inability of us to realize the very laudable 17 SDGs, but they were written with a finite mindset. They probably cannot be achieved in the way they should be unless we have the space dimension. And I have said before, I agree with everything Adriano says, which is why I'm not giving a talk here. Adriano's here. And so I am going to turn it over to him. And thank you, Adriano. I'm sure we all want to thank you for the incredible work you have put in to creating this movement. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Frank. You're too kind. And of course, you anticipated a lot of things that what I will say, but so I will be very quick, I think. Okay, going to share something. Okay. Good. So, 2 main points. The civilian space development, what can do the civilian space development for sustainability of human development? I think we can finally measure the activities that are going on already with the cislunar economy incoming. That is something concrete and any more kind of science fiction. And the excellent point is that first steps are happening before 2030. So we have cislunar economy, we have lunar and asteroid mining in our horizon, near horizon, space settlement and space industrial development, producing propellant and energy in outer space, small ecosystems in closed environments, the circular economy, we already talked a lot about that, and lessons learned in space to help living on Earth too. So all of these things are concurring to lower further the cost of launch of all launches and all space missions. Let's think what it will be to start producing propellant in space. So with no need anymore to bring everything from Earth. It will be a downsizing of the cost. More than the fully reusable launch vehicles that are going to be operative soon. So the civilian space development helps the development and social growth of all the people on Earth, including those living in the spacefaring, aspiring, and space emerging countries. And the space development also provides an industrial value chain to the post-industrial countries, contributing to confronting the lack of jobs. That's a dramatic problem too. But what I would like to point to stress more is what was already mentioned by Frank, the permanent space revolution. It means that the space emerging countries don't need to go through the long, slow road traveled by the pioneers. The people of non-spacefaring countries deserve the same opportunities as those which are far ahead. And we have to observe, because now we are starting, SRI is starting to be an observer, okay, a temporary observer, but an observer at COPOUOS. that many COPOUOS member states don't have a space agency yet, but they want to be in the space development. They can learn from the pioneers. And if there is people that want to learn, it means that there must be people that want to teach. What does it mean? It means that the know-how, the already achieved know-how, should not be protected. It will be any more a problem of protection of industrial rights and things like that.
30 seconds.
No, okay, thank you. But I'm near the end. Okay. So we have to assure that space will be for all, because everybody wants not only to use the technologies of satellite, they also want to be part of the cislunar economy, and they can do it. Brilliant minds are born everywhere on Earth, not only in the so-called advanced countries. Maybe there will be more motivated. The emerging countries, the young people will be more motivated to join and to start studying and working in the space enterprise. So don't prevent them to join. Let's invite them. Let's help them. This is what SRI wants to do at COPOUOS and in ARTEMIS and in ILRS, because we have a proposal. We have a letter that is not public so far, asking the NGOs to be allowed to join the ARTEMIS Accords and the ILRS. Both. It will be public. We ask for both. And that will be a great, we hope it will be a great sign for peace and for collaboration, competition, but collaboration too. So room for collaboration among everybody. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Adriano. Well put. And we will now move on to, I know, a favorite colleague of yours, and Emmeline Pat Dahlstrom. I'm not going to really introduce her because Robert basically did that. I do want to say that the two of us have never worked together before, but we've had a blast working on this event, and I hope it's the beginning of something long-term. So Emmeline, I'm going to turn it over to you, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Great, thanks, Frank. And again, it was a pleasure to actually be working with you. So kia ora, I'm delighted to participate in this session today on behalf of Space Base, based in New Zealand. Although I'm in Houston, Texas right now at ISU, as Robert mentioned. So yeah, today the landscape of the industry has changed. New space companies can now compete globally using exponential technologies alongside traditional agencies and big aerospace companies. Not everyone needs launch capabilities or complex missions to participate. As Gary mentioned, aspiring space players can enter niche upstream and downstream markets. I've seen firsthand how new technology is being leveraged in countries like the Philippines, Fiji or Timor-Leste. More spacefaring nations like Japan and of course now New Zealand are partnering to help spread knowledge, technology, and opportunity, enabling others to leapfrog development, allowing countries and regions to leverage their strengths and create their innovation. Taking down barriers to entry rather than dictating solutions creates empowerment. So however, about 80% of the space economy remains concentrated in the wealthiest nations of the world. To build a truly sustainable global space economy without replicating Earth's social-political imbalances, we must ensure no one is left behind. So I'm really passionate about this 18 UN SDG Space for All, because in the current goals would ensure universal access to space as a human right, requiring strategic planning and action. So to this end, the last thing I wanted to share was that I wanted to take the opportunity to announce that the Space Base, together with a number of space enabler organizations around the world, are creating a decentralized global space enablers network. We're calling GSEN this year. By sharing best practices, training resources, and empowering local movers directly, GSEN aims to practically support specifically directly enablers to catalyze emerging space, creating opportunities like knowledge bases or resources, running challenges, mentorship, and delivering enabler training sessions online for implementing are some of the desired activities we have been hearing from surveying organizations across continents. A white paper will be presented at IAC, and an initial convening is planned around the conference in Milan. So if you're an ecosystem builder interested in getting involved or to participate in the enabler survey that is currently ongoing, please contact me at gsen@spacebase.co or visit spacebase.co for further details. Thank you, and ad astra.
Thank you, Emily. I had meant to mention at the top of our time that because we're hoping to get everybody's talk in, we will not do questions as we go. If at the end we have some extra time, we will pose questions to the speakers. Okay, so building on the topic of emerging spacefaring nations, I'm delighted to introduce Ghanem Alotaibi, and he is a PhD candidate at the University of Strathclyde. He's working on advanced solar power satellites there. He has a lot of different activities, including having a mechanical engineering degree from Kuwait University. And he saw the light, but he used to work as a petroleum engineer. And he saw that he needed to get into the space field. So we're happy to have him with us. He has a background in astronomy and solar energy. He successfully launched a satellite project for Kuwait University. He's on the Space Generation Advisory Council, and he's working closely with the Moon Village Association. I'm proud to say he's a former student of mine at Kepler Space University. And one of the things he's doing now is he is the founder of the Advanced Space Civilization Initiative, and that is going to focus on space research and education in developing countries. I've also heard him speak, and what he talks about is reinforcing the need for us to move outward into the larger ecosystem that's waiting for us there. So Ghanem, please tell us about your work and what you're doing these days.
Thank you very much, Frank, for this amazing introduction. Of course, it's an honor for me to speak in this panel. And yeah, I've read about the overview effect, Cosma hypothesis, and I thought the best picture that will express what I want to say is the overview effect, the first lunar, the first Earth, the Earthrise, as you can see, by William Andre, who we were saddened, of course, about his passing away a few days ago. So, of course, this picture is the most influential picture that we have ever seen, and it's amazing. It's extremely inspirational. And when we talk about space for all, actually, we talk about more than just commercial opportunities or space application. It's the continuation of human history on Earth. About 50,000 years ago, first unquestionable human remain was discovered outside Africa. Over a period of about 40,000 years, spaceship Earth witnessed the expansion of humanity over its entire geographical location. So why humanity expanded outside Africa is a difficult question, but I think it's an analogy question to why humanity should expand to outer space. The carrying capacity of our spaceship Earth is near the limit. If not, we have passed it already. Millions of people living and working in space, utilizing space resources and producing products to trade with Earth is therefore the natural extension of humanity's story on Earth. One of the definitions of economy is the management of scarce resources. Accessing space resources means we will have new definition, which is the management of abundant resources. With the right management and by learning from our past mistakes on Earth, we will guarantee human exponential growth without worrying about limiting the increase of human population, because every human individual is precious. What will happen if human civilization did not expand to space? We might lose our golden opportunity to provide abundant economy for
seconds.
everyone, and the story of humanity as the crew of spaceship Earth will come to an end. Therefore, the 18th SDG is extremely important. That's why we are here. And Advanced Space Civilization Initiative mission is to communicate the urgency of expanding humanity to outer space. And by this, we offer a course we call Space Philosophy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ghanem. Very well said, as always. And I know you were a little rushed at the end, but if you're interested in it, Ghanem is developing a new course that really brings out all of the ideas that we're talking about here. And I think that the SDG 18 Coalition really needs to be made aware of Ghanem's work. So thank you so much. Next, we have Nick Sierra of the Interstellar Foundation, a colleague of mine. I'm proud to be able to go to the meetings they have, which are always stimulating and interesting. He's really integrating art and science to think about the human experience beyond planet Earth. He has a really eclectic background, communication technology, energy, data centers, and it goes on. And he has been really leading technological innovations that really bring together technology and culture. He's taken on a huge project, which is he is collaborating with UNESCO, Getty Images, and others to think about the hard problem. How would we communicate with humans in the future? What do we want to tell our descendants? But also, what about extraterrestrial intelligence beyond the Earth? How are we going to talk to them, work with them, and partner with them? And this is a beautiful continuation of the Golden Record project that was initiated many years ago by NASA and others. So Nick, tell us about that project and others that you are catalyzing. If you're here, Nick, are you here?
Frank, I don't think Nick is here.
Oh, okay, that's a shame. Well, I would urge you to find out more about the Interstellar Foundation and what they're doing. And I think they're very welcoming of people like ourselves who are interested in these topics and in what the human future is going to look like. All right, so let me move on then to Renato Frota, and he's here. I believe you had to get home from school to get a good connection with us. He has a really good, interesting background for us: education, nonprofit management, media production. I really like that. He is fluent in Portuguese and English, and he uses all these skills to promote positive community change. He's the founder and CEO of a successful NGO, and he's got experience in a lot of things I don't do well, like event planning. I'm not very good at that. Staff supervision, not good. Maybe education I can do. And I'd love to see some of your award-winning documentary films, which are all about the power of media to influence public awareness. This might be the most valuable guy we've got, Adriano, using media to influence public awareness. That's really our project, isn't it? So we're so happy to have you here, Renato, and would love to hear you talk about how you view the 18th SDG movement and how you can help.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. So I represent Space for Progress. I'm here in Brazil, representing also my dear friend Emily Sinclair. And well, we are into this from the year 2000 when we did a prayer for the Dalai Lama in the San Francisco Bay Area for the turning of the millennium. And since then, we have dreamed, and we are not out in space, but we're definitely spaced out with all this knowledge that we have been acquiring from all of you guys. Amazing information. And I have to confess, we're far on the other side of the spectrum. Like you said, I'm in the circus, in the art world, and the media. So what we are here currently on a mission. We do believe in the 18th SDG. I think it's very important to establish it as an observatory accessible to all nations and all peoples, like at a click, so that anybody can watch over the actions that humans have been taking to the benefit of life on Earth and to damage our sustainability. So we want everybody to see these actions and to be able to create a consciousness level that will change the paradigm that we're running towards, which is taking us to sort of like the end of life on the planet. And we're looking at the possibility of living on the space. So we're on the other end of the spectrum. We're not looking at the SDG as an option to escape from Earth and establish civilizations out there. We're down to Earth. Our state, our entire state of Rio Grande do Sul was flooded. And it's huge. It's huge. And we can see these happening all over the place. So we're like concerned with life on Earth. And we see the 18th SDG as a very beautiful 30 seconds opportunity to really take us to change this paradigm. So we're currently working on getting a sponsorship, a government sponsorship from Lula, from President Lula, to dribble the bureaucracy of the United Nations and expedite the installation of the 18th SDG and to create this structure to overlook all the other 17 and enforce. And thank you so much for allowing me to be here with so little knowledge as compared to all that I've been listening to, and I appreciate that opportunity.
Well, thank you, Renato. And I do want to say, you know, we do see the destructiveness, and we do not want to use the space dimension to run away from our responsibilities here on Earth. So we're all in this together, and we welcome you to the enterprise. So I'm going to turn over the remaining speakers to Emily, and it's all up to you.
All right. Thank you, Frank. So our next speaker is actually Ryan Laird, and let me just get my script here to read his bio. So Ryan is a results-driven marketing professional with over a decade of experience in the space industry. He is a chartered marketeer who has led numerous successful campaigns and contributed to the growth of several brands. Ryan specializes in digital marketing, including SEO, social media, email marketing, and content marketing, and has a track record of delivering exceptional results. Ryan is passionate about developing and mentoring marketing talents and is dedicated to building a high-performing marketing strategies that deliver remarkable successes. So Ryan, I believe you're online, and
yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
Yeah, so I don't have any slides, so I'll try and keep it brief. Okay, you've put full screen. I had some notes, but okay. Yeah, so really, yeah, the importance I want to really drive home is the effective communication and marketing is really essential to articulate the benefits of space technologies. So my background in space, but also in marketing, is it's about trying to really connect with different audiences. So really the first rule of marketing is also understanding and engaging your audience. So with all the various applications for space, various stakeholders from agriculture, rural communities, urban planners, disaster management. I mean, the space has so much to offer other sectors, and so really my main job is really trying to help advocate those benefits, but with particular case studies and projects there. And I guess the main sort of challenge that I'd put really here is that it's so important really to try and break beyond or as often called the space bubble. So in fact how I've known sort of Emmeline, and I think maybe one or two other people here from International Space University. The importance really is interdisciplinary, as well as intercultural, international. It's so it's really understanding where other sectors are coming from, what their challenges are, and yeah, so marketing really is about trying to drive the benefits to your stakeholders. So yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, you bring a really big point that we need to communicate the benefits and the opportunities, and that's normally put kind of on the side. And for sure, being able to communicate through marketing is a really, really important thing to do. So thank you. And so let's see. Let's go to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Shelley, who's been Brunswick, who's also been in the other panel sessions earlier. So I guess I will also skip your introduction. Shelley, are you still around?
I sure am, and I'm ready if you are.
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. Well, good afternoon, esteemed colleagues and guests. It is a privilege to share insights on a topic that stands at the very forefront of technology and global equity, satellite space technologies. Today, we explore not just the capabilities of these technologies, but their transformative potential for developing nations. In an era where connectivity is crucial, satellite technologies offer a lifeline to developing countries. These assets, ranging from communication satellites to advanced observational platforms, serve as both conduits and catalysts for development. These shared space assets can provide essential services like high-speed internet, which is no longer a luxury, but a necessity to participate in the global economy. This approach is not about reinventing the wheel, but rather using existing infrastructures in space to leapfrog traditional development challenges. Developing nations do not need to mirror the space journey of more developed nations. There's no need for heavy financial and logistical commitments at developing astronaut programs or constructing launch facilities. Instead, shared space assets like satellites and space stations can be used collaboratively, offering immediate benefits such as enhanced weather forecasting, improving agricultural practices through precision data, and effective disaster management. At Davos, I spoke about the innovative concept of fractional ownership and shared use of space assets. This model is crucial as it allows developing nations to access and leverage space technologies without the prohibitive costs of infrastructure development traditionally seen in spacefaring nations. By sharing resources such as satellites and space stations, we can provide essential services more effectively and equitably. These shared space assets are not merely exploratory tools, but foundational infrastructures that drive substantial development across various sectors. They are pivotal in bridging the vast digital divide and unlocking substantial opportunities for sustainable growth by enabling advancements in healthcare, education, and economic development in underserved regions. As we look forward, let us envision a world where space technology is as much a common resource as the air we breathe, a world where technology transcends borders and is a cornerstone for sustainable development. I'm thrilled to continue this conversation at the upcoming UN General Assembly Science Summit, where I will be moderating a panel titled, "What's Space Got to Do with It? Innovations in Earth Imaging Satellites, Space Data, and GIS Mapping." Together with global thought leaders, we will delve deeper into how these innovations can reshape our world, creating a more connected and equitable global community. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to engaging with many of you further on this vital topic as we work together to harness the boundless potential of space for the betterment of humanity. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Shelley. I really love the phrase shared assets and fractional ownership, which is something that is really important, especially in developing and aspiring spacefaring nations. So thank you for your thoughts. So let's go to Martina Dimosca. Again, Martina has been co-chairing the first panel session this morning, and she's from the International Space Alliance. I'm also going to not read her bio since she's been with us since the beginning. Martina, are you online?
Yes, I'm right here and ready to go.
All right.
First and foremost, Emmeline, well done on the SSP. I am an ISU MSS 22 alumna, and I am so proud of your work. I am familiar with the program. It's an amazing program. And secondly, did the recording just stop?
What happened to the recording?
Yeah. I believe it did.
Can we restart it?
Yeah, I'll wait for a bit.
Sorry, we don't need recording because we are streaming online on YouTube. So.
Oh, got it. Okay, yeah.
All right.
Perfect. And a second, Frank, thank you so much for being an absolute chair. You framed an iconic phrase, the overview effect that every astronaut and aspiring astronaut alike uses. So when we're talking about sustainable benefits for all people, I come from a really small country in the Balkan region, and so many of you perhaps heard about Macedonia, and their space news fails to penetrate, and it's almost a laughing stock because it's so unreachable, right? So I'm really working with my organization, International Space Alliance, to make sustainable benefits for all people. So incorporating sustainability in the early practices of setting up space exploration in those unpenetratable regions that almost have nothing when it comes to space exploration is crucial. I've mentioned this briefly again in some of the other panels. We have a silver lining where in countries that don't have those industries developed and yet have so many problems that they have to tackle, sustainable practices from the start are the key on how to make a butterfly effect, sort of to speak, to like bleed into other industries of the know-how and the how-to practices that are going to be beneficial to solve other problems. So I again have two talking points. One is global connectivity and environmental monitoring. We have to set up sustainable space operations that can enhance global connectivity by providing reliable satellite communication services, particularly to remote and under-reserved regions. So this connectivity can support economic development, education, and healthcare. And I think Shelley touched upon this in other panels as well. And it can bridge the digital divide and improve the quality of life for all people. So additionally, satellites play a crucial role in environmental monitoring, helping to track climate change, the disasters, and resource management, which benefits humanity by promoting resilience and informed decision-making. Satellites in the Balkan regions are actually the first thing that we are doing when it comes to launch. So Albania launched Albania 1 and Albania 2. Montenegro and Croatia are following with satellite launches, and it's serving as our go-to for yeah, for going forward in a learning curve. Thanks, Frank, for that. We also need to think about sustainable resource management and disaster response. And I've seen this create pivotal roles and practices when it comes to sustainable space particles that enable the effective management of Earth's natural resources through precise satellite-based monitoring of agriculture, of water bodies, of forests, of wildfires, especially because I'm the local lead of the NASA Space Up Challenge, as Rob is as well. I am overviewing Mountain View in Cleveland, and these technologies there, accessing NASA's data, these technologies help optimize resource use, they reduce waste, they support sustainable development goals, and moreover, satellites provide critical data for disaster response and recovery, and it improves the ability to predict, prepare, and respond to natural disasters. Ultimately, they're saving lives and reducing economic losses for communities worldwide. And last but not least, the community outreach and communications. So we have so many people trying to break that barrier of communication and simply phrasing things to be understandable for the masses, so we can educate the sustainable benefits for all people and get space exploration closer. So those are my talking points on how to get sustainable benefits and sort of like get the space sector closer to all mankind across the globe. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, those are really, really important points for communication and of course, Earth observation as well. All right, so moving on. I'm just gonna stop share for a second here, because apparently Carlo has problems, and I don't know if it's still happening, but he has problems coming back. I know he was part of the sessions earlier, but he wanted me to share 2 videos that's very short, and I'm gonna see if I can actually do this easily. And let me see if it works. So he's got like 2 videos that are short.
But we can't hear the sound. That's a common problem. There's a workaround. I think knows it.
Sorry.
You have to go to
center.
Go to the
center is to be built in partnership.
We hear something now.
Sorry.
Take your time. Take your time.
Yep. The strong education. Sorry, I'm actually research space.
So we heard that. That worked until it was stopped.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a little crazy to share here. So you did hear the sound, right?
Yes, until it stopped, we started to hear her. Yes.
Okay. Let me see if I can do it again. Can you hear it? No.
Not yet.
Mauritius.
No, we can hear it. Now it's gone from the share. Would you like me to try? I have a second monitor that might be
this
send me the link to the chat. You're welcome to send me links in the chat. I can try.
Hold on for a second. I'm having problems with even like finding where it is now on my desktop.
I know.
Is that a YouTube video?
Yes, it is.
Put it in the chat, please. Put it in the chat. I will share it for you.
Okay, hold on for 1 second here.
Yeah, I think Adriana was successful and there was the secret handshake as well.
And let me put it on the chat. So, yeah, my apologies.
No problem. Take your time.
So okay, so there's these two videos that is now in the chat shared, and one is like 1 minute and the other one I think is 2 minutes, which is like the equivalent of 3. Welcome to your future and welcome to space. What is our future? What is our destiny? You'll be selected, you will be trained, you'll be prepared for a Mars-bound flight mission, but we will identify the best candidates to fly with us on a Mars-bound flight mission. So you will be going through a very tough selection process. Next among you will become space landers. And the objective is to terraform Mars and assemble this island environment. We'll be training underwater, in the lagoon, in the forests, in our plant laboratories, ready to board our plane. So welcome to your future and welcome to Spaceland.
Great, thank you, Adriana.
Okay.
Great. I think maybe we can end there, and then people can actually just watch the other video as well.
There's another one. Yes, I will try. Yes.
She's going to defer on that one.
Yeah, I think we should defer on, because I think we're running out of time, and there's supposed to be 3 more speakers for this session. I think our next speaker is actually not around, but then.
By the way, the other video is not running, is taking very much time to go. So
right. Okay. So the next speaker is Roberto Rovetto, but I don't think he's actually online. So I'm just going to move over to Shruti Dinkar, also, who was supposed to be in the other panels earlier, and I have not seen her either. Is she online at all?
Not that I can see. Not that I can see.
No. Okay. So if she's not there, there is one more person who's was added just like recently, and it's Sumana Mukherjee, and I don't have her bio, but Sumana, if you're available, we can just basically go to you.
Sure. Thank you so much. I'll give a quick introduction, and I just want to speak because of the title of the panel. So I'm Sumana Mukherjee. I'm from the east of India, and I'm an aerospace engineer, and I've been working in the space tech industry. I was in Europe, and right now I'm back in India to work with the local startups here. And I also I'm part of the coalition because of my magazine company, which is a sustainable fashion magazine connecting fashion on Earth with space sustainability. And so the topic, the sustainable benefits for all peoples on Earth. So I wanted to touch upon 2 points. First of all peoples on Earth. So involving everyone on Earth in the dialogue of sustainability and the right way to communicate with them. So right now what we see is I've identified like a few groups of players or stakeholders in any sustainability discussion. It's first, the people who get affected by climate change, the people who live around the side of the world I live in. Then there are people who are the activists, or the people who are trying to do something about it or helping the victims. The third are the companies and the industries with their ESG and corporate social responsibilities. And the last one is, of course, the policymakers, scientists, and academics in very important conferences discussing policies. However, doing this, we are missing out on a huge subset of the human population, which are the people who are somewhat unknowingly practicing unsustainable habits and are somewhat getting affected by it. And so borrowing from Shelley's talk, which I loved, is what has space got to do with it? It's the side of the communication. How do you communicate to people that sustainability is important? And space could be a great tool, which is why 18th SDG is so significant. We have seen, right, with no offense to other industries, but we have seen the kind of impact the video of a moon landing or a Mars mission has had, be it in the United States or be it in my country, India. And so if I was thinking if one episode of Ocean Pollution by David Attenborough could change the mindset of people all around the world, people everywhere are talking about single-use plastics now. Imagine what would happen if we made a movie, not a documentary, but a movie on how satellites actually help us understand climate change and how it helps mitigation of the negative effects of climate change. And the question, yes, thank you. The question we get is that why go to space when we have problems on Earth? This is what it can solve, the right tools of communication, because space is definitely for all, but sustainability has to be by all. Thank you so much. Such a pleasure to be here today.
Thanks so much, Humana. So I'm going to give Frank the floor back because I think we've run out of time and for our summary.
All right.
Back to you.
Thank you, Emmeline. I've just been so impressed with our panel. And I think we've had a lot of statements that are very consistent, that we've got to figure out what it means, space for all. And I believe that means each one of us should be welcome to come up with an idea. And we've actually had ideas here about that. We've also noticed again and again that the 18th SDG will reinforce the other 17, and it will benefit the other 17. And I think for some of us, it is the key to realizing the other 17. And it's going to support realization of a better life on Earth and a positive migration of humanity outward into a larger ecosystem, the solar system. So it's been an honor to be with you today. I want to thank Robert and Adriano for organizing this. I want to thank my co-chair, Emmeline, for working with me on it. And thanks to all the panelists for outstanding contributions. And we will now turn the floor over to panel number 5.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much. It's hard to say it better than Frank. Now I see exactly why you have the position as our top planetary philosopher that you are. Thank you so much. And thank you, Emmeline, for an amazing job on the fly. Nobody can appreciate how hard it is and how much you did behind the scenes with Adriano to make all this possible. So thank you again for being the inspiration for this summit. And we are bringing it home with 2 amazing co-chairs once again. And you've heard from them before as contributors. And now Adriano twisted their arm and they agreed to round us out for our final panel as co-chairs. So please welcome the panel number 5, where we're going to be diving into sustainable space development and space for sustainability, those 2 sides of the same coin as Frank just wonderfully articulated for us. So first of all, our first co-chair is an amazing scientist that you've already met. He's been a chief scientist for the ESA after 17 years working and diligently there and teaching as well. He's also the CEO of LUNEX, a partner with the European Space Hub, guest professor, just like Emmeline is. He's a guest professor in Amsterdam and Leiden Observatory, where I had the pleasure of studying myself as well. And
very good.
yeah, I used to take the train there from Amsterdam. A lot of satellite work. People don't realize how much pioneering satellite work and space work was done there in the Netherlands. An extraordinary amount. And also he's has many positions in the IAF, the International Astronomical Federation. I'm going to insert a plug here also for Adriano and Gary's amazing work to have an exhibit booth for this coalition collectively. So I invite anybody that's interested at the IAC in, ironically, Milan, could be a better place, to please let us know, let Adriano or Gary know. And we'd love to see you there. So also our next co-chair has been a leader in the International Academy of Astronautics, where I also support here at Amarillo in Daytona Beach nearby. So please welcome, as you know, the president of SRI, Space Renaissance International, and one of the two founding members of the this initiative, along with NSS, the executive director of the International Lunar Exploration Working Group, appropriately enough, joining us from an analog lunar base, Professor Bernard Fong. And joining him as co-chair will be Shelley Brunswick. We are privileged to be joined by this lunar luminary, if you will, in exploring exploration, innovation, and earthly inclusion. And I personally am especially inspired by her work in inspiring and advocating for women and girls all over the planet Earth. Often, as I say, are hidden half in too many fields, but you'll note here that we have amazing representation from all sides of planet Earth. And in this summit, again, thanks to Adriana and Gary for supporting and helping with that. This particularly amazing Earthling was employed both in uniform in the Air Force, as well as in this uniform as a CEO of Space Foundation. And Space Foundation, as you know, she was very active in building, boosting, and bridging the impact of space, getting the word out to the population in terms of how important space is, as Frank says, in everything we do. Every move we make, every breath we take, as I say, space either supports it or makes it happen. And so please join me in welcoming a dear, dear friend and colleague. She's now CEO and founder of her very own consultancy, SB Global. Please welcome my friend, Space Wonder Woman, Shelley Brunswick.
Excellent. So maybe as a preamble, because I am currently with my feet on top of a volcano. You know, I am now on a place where the Earth is being built in an island of volcano. And I'm not sure that the connection from there will last very long. So we have agreed that my good colleague and friend, Shelley, will in fact moderate this panel, and will keep a connection with you from Earth, while I am in between Moon, Mars, and this volcano. I would like just to make a preamble on space for all in a sustainable way. And for us, space for all, space for society encompasses the various dimensions, you know, of development of humankind. One of them is quest for knowledge. So space for knowledge. This is what I've done a large part of my life, working on mission, going to studying the sun, stars, interstellar molecules, the moon and Mars. And these are things that we can share also, this knowledge towards education of everybody on Earth, inspiration of the youth, inspiration of the public for the quest for truth, the quest for real fact. Another aspect we just covered in the previous panel is technology. Developing some technologies that we need in space, but also that push us to invent new solutions that we can apply also to technical problems on Earth. And also this technology help us, for example, to monitor the Earth and covers a large part of you know, how we watch our Earth, because space for all means also taking care of our planet. And then we want also to do space for peace. That's something we have to use all this knowledge, this endeavor together, to work together and explore space, which is a province of peace. You know, it's forbidden to have a war in space, so let's keep it this way. And let's also use the opportunities of exploring the moon, Mars, to develop this sense of brotherhood of us on Earth. And then there's also space as an opportunity for making not only social benefit, but even economical benefit, where we are going to generate new jobs, new space economy that is going to change our life in quality, but with the shared benefits. And of course, space for all means space for the next generations. And that's why we have also to be sustainable, because what we are going to leave to the next generation has to be sustainable, and we have to protect it. And so, based on this preamble, I would like now to give the floor to my estimated co-chair, Shelley, that will have lead the discussion and the moderation with our invited panel. Thank you very much on behalf of Space Renaissance, Space for All on Earth and beyond. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Bernard. It's such a pleasure to join you and be the co-host for this panel discussion. I put in the chat that this panel will explore the imperative and multifaceted role of civilian-led space initiatives in driving the sustainability of human development, both in outer space and on Earth. I know that we are running a bit over time, so what I'd like to do, I only had 2 individuals that provided slides, so what I will do is I have put in the chat the order of each individual providing their remarks or statements. If there's an asterisk with your name, that means you wanted to make an opening 3-minute statement, and if there wasn't an asterisk, you might want to just talk about a topic. So what I'd like to also do in the effort of time is if you please introduce yourself as well. That way we can kind of get back on time to make sure we don't lose our Zoom link. So with that, I want to kick into it as we delve into the nuances discussed of how space development impacts our environmental, economic, and cultural landscape. We'll assess the current practices and envision sustainable pathways for the future. Bernard was kind enough to open with his statement. So Adriano, I'd love to turn the floor over to you and hear your insights as well and give your 3-minute keynote.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Try to go quickly, just to stay in the time. Okay. Maximizing. Okay. So, space for sustainability. Go ahead. These are the 17 SDGs reorganized in a kind of a hierarchical view. We see that we have 3 key pillars that are the affordable and clean energy, the decent work and economic growth, and the industry innovation and infrastructures. These 3 SDGs mean development, and development is a key for any other activity. So to getting the human life SDGs and to getting the environmental SDGs and the methodological SDGs. The point is, are these 3 pillars really sustainable? The answer is that they will be sustainable only if we add an 18th SDG that will assure the access to abundant resources in the geolunar space and then in the solar system, and the environmental relief of our planet from the burden of our industrial development. So the point is that there are very conflictual factors between the development and the environmental goals. Energy demand is increased by the electronic web society. Artificial intelligence, supercomputers requires a lot of energy more than what we are used to consume so far. There is a scarcity of key materials like rare earths that can raise new resource wars and conflicts, and they are already doing that. More pollution increased by disposal of batteries and other technological waste. Oceans overexploitation and pollution and social conflicts increased by multiple crises. Therefore, what does it mean? Energy and resources demand is increasing. The green policies are required to decrease. What does that mean? The wonderful lifestyle promised by the electronic society will be available if civilization will not crash before, only for a few people. But space makes high lifestyle available for all. So that's why we need an 18 SDG. We need to focus on space development. We need to think about sustainability in terms of space development. Otherwise, no way civilization is going to, yeah, we are seeing in these days with wars and, yeah, wars in Europe, something that my generation would never have imagined, but we have it. And this is only the first sign of a possible civilization implosion. Okay, that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Adriano. We really appreciate your insights. Next, we have Emmeline Pat Dahlstrom, and I know that you've been on some earlier sessions as well as I was part of your earlier panel. So turnaround's fair play that now that I'm chairing this panel, please, we welcome your intervention.
Yeah, thank you so much. And also very, very short. So one of the reasons why I'm actually here in Houston and at ISU is I'm the team project chair for the environmental sustainable evaluation of activities and ventures, where there's about 155 students now at ISU, which would then be at probably 40 people would focus on this particular topic. And what we're trying to do is like very different from going at the problem from at the end of a life cycle. We're like looking at it from the beginning of a life cycle and looking at what are the guidelines for investors to actually invest sustainably. And so the focus is to find some global rating and metrics that could potentially be used all over the world by investors, so that they are only focusing on investing in actually sustainable activities. And which just kind of like pertains to civilian-led space development, as you mentioned. I mean, that's all I wanted to kind of like say. Thanks. Oh, you're muted, Shelley.
I bet that looks really funny. So thank you, Emmeline. I'm so grateful for your insights, and it's been such a pleasure joining you today. Frank White is next. And Frank, you've really wanted to kind of highlight some of the value of large-scale space migration to benefit Earth. Could you touch on that topic for us a little bit?
Yeah, thank you so much, Shelley. And I did come in at the last minute. Shelley gave me a minute, so I'll be brief. Yes, I think there's a narrative out there that somehow leaving planet Earth, which is what we're talking about, is selfish, unethical, and abandoning our mother Earth. And I feel really strongly that a new narrative needs to take hold. We need to flip the script and say, no, leaving the Earth can be an act of love. I have likened humanity to the 25-year-old college graduate still living in his mother's basement. She loves him, but she would also love him if he got out of the basement, got a job, and contributed to society. The Earth, as Ghanem Alo-Taibi and Adriana have pointed out, is being stressed by our remarkable technological civilization. It will give the planet a chance to breathe if large-scale space migration takes place. And by that, I do mean billions, if not millions, if not billions of human beings choosing to take the risk and making the ethical and loving choice to move off and to understand and communicate to our friends who want to stay here. This is not abandoning, this is loving. So that is my single point for today, and I'm sticking to it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Frank. We're grateful for you sharing that insight. Next, I'd like to introduce Gary Barnard. I know that you have been on some earlier sessions, so I will turn the floor over to you as well as your intervention.
Great, thank you very much, Shelley. What I wanted to go off and do is return to a couple of the slides that had an opportunity to skip over. I see this with respect to the sustainable settlement as having some top-level perspectives that of what we can learn to do with respect to space really does matter in terms of defending the Earth against asteroids and comets, space development, elements including the potential for space solar power, low Earth orbit commercialization, lunar in situ resource utilizations as benefits to everyone on Earth and in space, as well as the notion of space settlements in terms of the general process of developing and living in space. And it's a space settlement is a place in space where people actually live, work, and have families. Now, the context that this ends up fitting in, as I mentioned before, really is this notion of arcs of opportunity. We're not leaving the Earth for space. We are in space. Spaceship Earth, if you per the Buckminster Fuller analogy in those regards. And that it is in that context that we need to understand what we are capable of and how we aspire to be a civilization that not just survives but thrives. And again, from the top level, why you're doing something actually matters as well, as much if not more. The consequences of extinction level events are irreconcilable. The bottom line, okay, if we adopt the space program of the dinosaurs, that's it for us. It's just a question of when. Bringing new resources to the table, for reuse in space and on Earth in terms of their benefits for the dramatic betterment of humanity provides options for a positive future. If we're living in a zero-sum game, we're just, it's not, are we working our way to a fight? It's when. Okay, if we're going through and we're creating new options, it's a different story. And understanding how to build and maintain viable space settlements is a microcosm of providing for all life as we know it, on Earth and elsewhere. So that's my perspective from the top level. And then from a bottom up, we need to be able to think about sustainable settlement as in terms of how science drives the requirements for the same, how systems engineering drives the requirements for the same, and how sound architectural design drives the requirements of the same. Channeling Paulo Soleri and the notion of arcology, we need to understand and orchestrate the relationship between humans, the natural environment, and the built environment to be the best that we can to provide for life as we know it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gary. We're really grateful for you sharing that great insight. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Marie-Louise Heuser. If you, yep, I see you. Fantastic. I'm so glad you're still with us from the earlier session.
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be with you. And I had sent you a slide. Do you have it? Or I could load it here.
I'm loading it now. Can you
Okay,
all see?
I load now my own.
Okay. Okay, I will let you load it.
Okay.
Yes, we can see them.
Can see it.
Yep, we can see that one slide. No limits to growth. Looks great.
Oh, now it's
okay.
Gone now.
Gone. Spoke too soon.
Okay.
It maybe go back. There you go. And maybe put on presenter mode. Might be a little easier to see.
Okay. I have it.
Perfect.
Can you see it?
Excellent.
Yes. Okay. Okay. My profession is I'm an academic philosopher, and I worked at several universities in Germany, in philosophical institutes, but also in the technical university, there was the leader of the Department of Space and Culture in the Institute of Space Systems, a technical institute, and we worked together in order to develop space philosophy. I would just like to make a few general points here. You are all familiar with the Club of Rome and its assertion of the limits of growth. Unfortunately, this assertion is still a current issue. For example, the EU Commission organized a major conference last year on the topic of degrowth, beyond growth, and post-growth. And nobody had the perspective of of space, and that we have there great possibilities. When we look to the Earth and beyond with a Copernican view, we realize that we live in an open world and that there are no limits to growth. Humanity is a species that has the ability to develop techniques to go beyond our biosphere and open up new worlds. I think this is a metaphysical ability. Buckminster Fuller had described this, I think, very, very well. This is fascinating. This is a fascinating ability that creates completely new possibilities. No other species can do that. We therefore have a great responsibility to actually implement what no one else can do so. And we should do this before 2030. Humanity should focus its energy on realizing new settlement possibilities in space as well, instead of wasting its energy in wars against each other on Earth. This could be described as a vertical strategy instead of an opposing horizontal strategy of geopolitical thinking. In order to realize peaceful development in space, and especially on the moon, we should demand space as a weapons-free zone. This is my opinion. Last but not least, industrial, technical, social, and cultural development for the benefit of all people on Earth needs a space strategy in order to obtain sufficient resources and free space. Sustainability is only possible with a space strategy. Adriano has outlined this in a very well manner. And I think perhaps I have another point here. I think that the industrial development on Earth is also very important. I think of the goals of the BRICS states, or India. India has an economic growth of 7%, and the industrial development on Earth is still an important way to produce well being on Earth. And okay, I think these are my main points here. No limits to growth, and space as a weapons-free zone.
Thank you so much, Marie-Louise. We're so grateful you joined us. While you're taking down your slide, I'm going to introduce Ryan Laird. I'm not sure if I still see him on the call, but I hope he's still here. Oh, fantastic. There you are. And you sent me some wonderful points you're going to talk about. And I just loved your first point. I also enjoy that first point about people, planet, and profit, so I know you've got some excellent points to talk about, so I don't want to cut into any of your time, but I did want you to know I really enjoyed them, and I totally agree with you.
Thank you. So I think I had a bit of an introduction before on the other panel, but I mean, in brief, my background is both in the technical in physics and space, but also as a science communicator into marketing. So with my company Green Orbit Digital, focus that we have is on sustainable marketing, and really within sustainability, so as Sheila was saying there, the three core components are like people, planet, and profit. This can also be labeled as ESG, so environmental, so the planet, so people, social or economic, so there's profit, the factors. I ran a webinar recently just arguing maybe a case on whether there should be a fourth dimension to this. So I really love the concept of the 18th SDG, which so happy to join here. But yeah, the ideas around sustainability, are multi-dimensional, if you will. I also I've sort of echoed maybe a little bit of what's been said, that really we shouldn't separate the areas of Earth and space. This is all one system. We should have this holistic approach to space sustainability. So I also sort of make an argument that really there's a lot of talk about space debris, which is fantastic. There's Zero Debris Charter, but this should not get confused with being sustainable. I make the point that, it's how is it sustainable to basically be burning satellites through the atmosphere, which research at the moment is been carried out to see like what kind of gases, what pollution this might be. Being pragmatic, yes, what is the alternative? But really, like, the idea is, well, we need to think of the entire life cycle. So what's often referred to like cradle to grave. So thinking about the entire sort of from launch to operations and deorbit. So there are a multitude of challenges there. But yeah, I think we should consider things holistically there. But thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ryan. I appreciate it. Now, Bernard, I believe you're still with me, and if I have your permission, I would like to do my intervention quickly, and then I can turn it over to you to moderate, or I can continue to moderate. So I'm going to go with silence is consent, and I'll give you my quick intervention. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues and visionaries. As we engage in this dialogue about the sustainable development of space, let us explore the evolutionary pathway that has brought us from the pioneering days of government-led space exploration to the burgeoning era of cislunar economy. The journey into space, once propelled solely by government agencies due to its high risk and monumental costs, has transitioned through phases of innovation and partnership that have systematically unlocked the vast potential of the cosmos for commercial and civilian use. Historically, government funding has been instrumental in taking the initial high-risk steps into space exploration, from launching satellites to landing on the moon. These foundational endeavors laid the groundwork for space technology and knowledge, establishing the infrastructure necessary for more ambitious undertakings. As the space sector matured, the baton was partially passed to public-private partnerships. This collaboration has proven pivotal in advancing rocket technology and space travel, reducing costs, and increasing efficiency. Companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin, through partnerships with NASA and other agencies, have revolutionized rocket launches and reusability, setting the stage for more sustainable space operations. This evolution has set us on a path to full commercialization, where private enterprises not only participate, but lead in the creation of space habitats, lunar bases, and eventually the robust cislunar economy. Here, government roles transition from operators to enablers, providing policy frameworks, legal boundaries, and continued financial support to catalyze industrial growth beyond Earth's atmosphere. Dr. Jack Gregg, in his seminal book, The Cosmos Economy, the Industrialization of Space, where space is seamlessly integrated into our economic sphere, much like any other domain of human activity. In this economy, the growth opportunities are boundless, with space resources and orbital platforms providing new avenues for technological innovation and commercial ventures. He explores a range of burgeoning industries set to reshape our economic landscape, including space-based energy generation, agriculture, and advanced manufacturing. These sectors, familiar to those within the space community, are poised for transformational growth, providing unprecedented opportunities for investment and innovation. As we embrace this commercial future, the continued role of both civilian and military government bodies remains crucial. They provide the regulatory framework and security that ensures safe traffic in space, akin to naval forces protecting international waters, thereby safeguarding the infrastructure that supports this new economy. In conclusion, as we continue our ascent into this new economic frontier, let us remain steadfast in our collaborative spirit, leveraging the strengths of government, private sector, and international partners. Together, we will realize a future where the cislunar economy flourishes as a testament to human ingenuity and cooperative endeavors, making space a domain that benefits all humanity. Thank you. Bernard, I see you, but I'm not sure if you're available to moderate this section of the panel. So I will jump in. Carlos, I don't see you on the call either. So Carlos did provide me some links to some YouTube videos. I think they've already been provided once, but I will provide those in the chat as well, Robert. I kind of see you nodding your head, giving me a verbal cue. So my next panelist is Victoria Ustemeco, and I'm not sure I see Victoria on the call either. So I'm going to look at Humberto Alfonso Garcia Montano. I know you were on the call earlier, but I'm not sure if you're still with us. Okay, well, fabulous. I know that Martina de Mosca is with us, and I know she's not 100%, but she is knocking it out of the park today, even though she has a cold. So Martina, over to you for your intervention.
Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, when we're talking about space sustainability, I do have two topics to actually address this. Does Bernard want to speak first?
Yeah, or maybe yes, if you allow me, because I'm here with a group of explorers that you see that the next generation. So we are here on this volcano island that we are going to explore. We went through a series of astrobiology lectures today, but we have a group here of a young professional. So that's the next generation we are working for, Space for All. So we have in the group some geologists, some astrobiologists, some space agency people. Some of them are monitoring the Earth, others are preparing for experiment to go to space. And so, yeah, maybe give your name.
Hi, my name is Maria Teresa. Alessia.
Francesco. Riccardo. Marco. So on behalf of, actually we have a group of more than 50 explorers that came from various parts of Europe, but also the world. And so we have our feet on a volcano, so looking at the Earth building up, and we are going to do some science, some field work, some technology that will help us for the next step of Space for All. So thanks, Martina. Looking forward to you. Thanks very much, Shelly, for sharing, moderating this panel, and for all of you for working now after this very interesting debate, exchange of ideas on what will be the next step for action. All the best from Vulcano.
Bye.
Bye.
Ciao.
Thank you so
Bye.
much.
Thank you.
Have fun and have amazing experiments. We're so thrilled to see your path forward and enjoy. Thank you so much, Shelly, for actually leading this panel. Again, I'm honored. Incredible panelists, incredible sessions. And when it comes to space for sustainability, I have two talking points again. So I do want to leverage space technology for Earth sustainability and say that space technology plays a pivotal role in advancing Earth sustainability by providing comprehensive data on climate change, deforestation, natural resource depletion, and other natural disasters that we're mitigating with space data. Satellites equipped with advanced sensors can monitor environmental changes in real time, facilitating timely interventions and policymaking to mitigate adverse impacts. This continuous monitoring is crucial for tracking progress towards global sustainability goals and fostering a more resilient planet. Again, we're using our satellites and our data to see how Earth operates, to see how Earth reads, to see how Earth functions, and to better protect our crops, to better protect ourselves from all of the hazards that are caused by climate change and everything else that nature unpredictably throws at us. Again, we also have to promote sustainable practices through space innovation, in my opinion, and innovation in space technology can drive sustainable practices both in space and on Earth, such as the development of renewable energy sources and efficient resource management systems. Space-based solar power and precision agriculture supported by satellite data are examples of how space innovations can contribute to a sustainable development. And by integrating these advanced technologies into everyday practices, we can significantly reduce our ecological and carbon footprint and promote a more sustainable future for all. So it's more on how we integrate our innovations from space data and our applications from space data into our daily lives, especially in remote regions, to advocate for space sustainability for all on Earth, and how to, again, see those space innovations and get them closer to people on Earth. For example, a lot of people, when I talk to them, they don't know about GPS, like Frank White said. They don't know about Teflon in your pants when you're frying eggs. It's based on space technology. They don't know about memory foam in your pillows and sneakers and mattresses, and it still derives from space technology. So it's just education and, again, proper practices to put these great innovations in society more incorporated on a deeper level. Thank you so much. Sorry for battling a cold. I know I don't sound the best, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you, Martina. And you sound amazing and very articulate. And I think that really added a lot to this panel discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. You're also amazing.
Yeah, beautiful. Thanks.
So next we have Priyanka Dopadi. I hope I didn't mangle your name
Shelley,
too badly, from the University of Auckland.
Shelley.
Yes.
Sorry, Victoria is in the chat again.
Okay, thank you. Let's let Priyanka, if you have anything to say. I know you didn't comment, but did you have any comment you wanted to make, or did you want to just listen today?
Yeah, I didn't sign up to speak, so I'm a bit surprised that you announced my name. I'm really happy to listen. Thank you
so much. Well, then I'd like to go back to Victoria Ustembeko. Victoria, thank you for joining us, and I'd like to turn the floor over to you for your intervention.
Yes, my apologies. I will be without any slides. So my name is Victoria Ustimenko. I'm CEO of Pretty Business Corp. We are an international communication agency. Thank you very much for invitation to this roundtable. According the topic of our meeting, I should say that what we see when we started to work with various startups, for example, in Ukraine and in around eVTOL market, flying cars market, we see that yes, we have even people who lived a long time nearby each other. For example, we have startup several years ago where we have some part of from Ukraine and the other part from Russia, even though we have some obstacles with the some issues when we're talking about the growth of the market, how to grow the market, how to grow the startup, and how to develop and how to develop the team inside the company. So we definitely in developing sustainable development of space, we should respect differences between each other and try to figure out how we could make how we could lead the people who are very, very different sometimes, who lived in various countries around the world. Because, for example, if you are talking with some people from who are native Spanish-speaking language, they have in the language a lot of warm, and they are very open. And at least for Ukraine or for Russia and for people who was born in Europe, for example, the way they are talking sometimes inappropriate. So we definitely will have some issues when we will be developing various startups on the on the space travel or on the moon or on the Mars, because sometimes we need to figure out how to manage people, different type of characters and different type of peculiarities. So because the main thing we should understand that the core the issue solving people will be some sort of a leader, and these leaders should describe with each other how they could manage to the way how the space travel will be. For example, if we were talking about eVTOL market, we still have some issues when we're talking or how we could imagine these flying cars will be managed, what will be the road and the international some rules of these flying roads, how it will be connected with the aircraft, airplanes, these flying cars. And some startups proposed some blockchain interaction for these managing. Other people are thinking about some system that is already used by airplanes around the world. But we definitely need to figure out these roads, space roads, how they will be managed when we have some critical amount of space crafts. So thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. We're so grateful you joined us. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Robert Rovetto. I know you've been on some earlier panels. Robert, are you still with us? Okay, I see a head shaking no. So my next one is Shruti Dinkar. I hope I said that correctly. Shruti Dinkar, are you with us? Okay, that is the last panelist that I had signed up. So Robert, or if anybody is on the call that you did want to give an intervention, please let me know, and we'd love to turn the floor over to you for the final intervention of today. I'm going to go with that is no comment. So I'll just kind of, Robert, if it's okay with you and Bernard, I can provide some closing comments for our panel where I'd like to thank all of you for, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay.
Please do.
So I want to thank you all for engaging in such a rich and insightful discussion today. The panel successfully highlighted the critical role of civilian-led space development as a cornerstone for sustainable human development. We discussed the environmental challenges associated with space activities, such as rocket emissions and the pollution of the night sky, and emphasized the need for the responsible waste management to uphold the principles of a circular economy in space. Moreover, the conversation advocates for a paradigm where space development serves as a catalyst for peace, innovation, and global collaboration. The relevance of space activities in driving forward our cultural, social, and economic frameworks was a focal point, underscoring the need for continued investment in space technology as a means to support democratic values and social equity. Our discussion today have set a forward-looking agenda for embracing sustainable practices in space which not only preserve the celestial environment, but also enhance the quality of life on Earth. So I'd like to thank you all, and I'd like to turn it over to my co-host Bernard in case he's available for any of his closing comments for today's session. Bernard, can you hear us?
I don't have link. Oh, okay. I am now in the middle of the nature. I don't know if you hear me because we are now doing a stargazing session. And so I want to thank all of you for participating to this panel. Shelley, also very much for your flexibility and also for your preparation. We had a great debate on the civilian-led space development. And so we look forward to the next step of action. Thank you very much.
Well, excellent. I'm so honored. And as panel 5 co-chair, I'd like to turn it back over to Robert for your leadership and culmination. So thank you so much, Robert.
Wow, no, thank you so much to you, Shelley, and to Bernard. It's amazing to see all of this come together and amazing to hear the great insights of everybody. I would like at this point to thank these amazing co-chairs as we now bring it home and now have a welcome to the floor, our fearless leader. So as Frank knows, if the aliens landed and they said, take us to your leader, we'd be bringing them to Adriana. So let's do so. Adriana?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Robert. I think it was a very, very well developed roundtable today. It was great. We had very many interesting interventions and several concepts emerged in the discussion. So I would just ask our chairs and co-chairs, maybe tomorrow, to send to me their summary of each panel with the relevant concepts that they have noted from the discussion and the speeches. So we will be able to have a consolidated contents to bring to Vienna, because we will have probably myself and Bernard will be allowed to speak at the COPOUOS 67 session, General Assembly. We will maybe be allowed to give a 5-minute speech or a 10-minute technical presentation. And in these speeches, we would like to represent our discussion of today, at least a few emerging concepts that were shared by our panelists. So I would appreciate very much if I will receive your emails with your notes that you have taken during this beautiful roundtable. I think is very well done, and it is a good, let me say, first step of 2024. Now we will start working for the 13th of September in New York City. That will be our second, let me say, General Assembly of the 18 SDG Coalition. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Robert.
Yes, so thank you. So please mark your calendars. September 13th, Friday the 13th is going to be a very lucky day where we take this and bring it to the next level, preparing for the General Assembly. And it's really going to be a turbocharged version of this amazing collection of brilliant minds that I am so privileged to have been a very, very small part of. But as we round out, I have so many people to thank. I'm not going to thank all of them. I'm going to thank a few. Most importantly, I'm going to thank Adriana for his leadership in this organization and bringing us all together. And Bernard, the president of SRI, and Gary Bernard from NSS, also cornerstone member of this coalition from NSS and SRI coming together to bring this coalition together. Frank for his continuous consult and availability to be able to advise us and making sure we're going in the right directions for humankind. And I can see your next book being already formed, and we can say we all have a part of it, The Basement Earth. And so we're looking forward to that next book. I'd like to thank Mikhail and Emmeline for their tireless support for in the weeds every day, making sure that this was carried off and that the sausage was being made so that this could be happen from all contributors from all over the world. And then the rest of our amazing co-chairs, Sergio, Martina, Shelley, Haroon, and Stefan with his great fashion statement from his shirt. Just an amazing opportunity to bring everybody together. We need to keep this conversation going. Please, everybody who hasn't already, encourage your friends and family and foes to join the coalition that is now approaching an incredible number. The link is there, space 18th SDG.space. Also on Facebook.
I have to add one thing that I forgot to say before. Sorry for interrupting you.
Oh, it's too late. We have to start this all. I have to start my conclusion all over again.
I have heard in some of the interventions that were told today that some of us are working with many educational entities, bringing a coordination and so on. So please, wherever you go visiting educational entities, propose them to join the 18 SDG coalition. That will be very important. We are 80 organizations now, and we need to reach 100 and more. We need to continue to grow. Okay. Thank you very much. I will also send an email later to all the participants with this proposal to propose our coalition to more entities to join. Okay. Sorry, Robin.
Yes. So that again, we want you to join. This should be the beginning of the engagement, and not the end. And as we saw, this tackling this problem and bringing the Earth together is not a matter of engineering feat to connect all the dots, which we do need to be. It's more important a human feat to be able to reach out to our community and connect the thoughts. So thank you very much for the opportunity to engage with all of your esteemed co-chairs and panelists to be able to do that. And let's keep this conversation going for the Space 18th SDG. Take care of everybody. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody. Ad Astra. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was such an honor. See you in the next one.
See you around the galaxy.
Yep. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye-bye.